Durgambini ma'am, are
Ma'am,
you
are you
there?
there? Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Okay, okay.
Just a minute. I'm. Where did I go? Yeah, I'm there. I don't know why my camera is not starting. I think, because I have taken hotspot. So maybe my camera is not starting because of that.
That's okay. I mean,
That's okay.
do you have to present anything? I mean, is there a PPT that you have to
Yeah,
present today?
yeah, PPT is there. So for
Okay,
PPT,
then yeah, then it's okay if you keep your camera turned off. It's fine.
actually, right now I'm in Pune. Actually, I've shifted to Mumbai. I've joined NMIMS as Dean now. So
Okay.
over here, my house remains locked. So I have closed down the Wi-Fi.
Oh,
So
okay,
I
okay.
will share my PPT.
That's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I believe everybody is here. So we will begin with the session. So,
Yes.
a very good morning to one and all. I, Anaya Mapari, along with my colleague Mukul Arya, would like to welcome you all for the 3 days international conference on techniques of research organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College, Pune, India, in collaboration with the Social Sciences and Management Welfare Association, Jabalpur, India. Albert Sen-Gyorgy has said, and I quote, research is to see what everybody else has seen and to think what nobody else has thought. True to these words, research is truly a skill that explores vast opportunities to dive into the depths of knowledge.
Today, we will together explore the various methods of conducting research by listening to the wise words of a versatile panelist, all of them being excellent researchers themselves. We have a plethora of great speeches coming up which will truly teach us something meaningful and hopefully will make all of us better researchers, much like our esteemed guest.
Research is creating new knowledge, according to Neil Armstrong. With this, I would like to commence the conference by saying one thing to our guests. In spite of not being together in skin and flesh, we are truly honored to be sharing a computer screen with you who have joined us from across the globe for this virtual event.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ujjwala Bindale ma'am, Dean and Principal in Charge, Bharati Vidyapeeth University, New Law College, Pune, to kindly deliver the welcome address.
Thank you, Mukul. Thank you, Anaya. Uh, good morning, everyone. Welcome to this third day of 3 days international conference organized by Bharati Vidyapeeth New Law College, Pune, India, in collaboration with the Social Sciences and Management Welfare Association, Jabalpur, India, coordinated by Ms. Rashmi Dubey, Assistant Professor, Bharati Vidyapeeth New Law College, Pune, and the research scholar in artificial intelligence. I today, on behalf of Bharati Vidyapeeth New Law College, welcome Dr. Durgamani Patel Madam, Dean SVKM and MIMS, deemed to be University, Kirti P. Mehta School of Law. And I also welcome other speakers for the day, Dr. Gul Bayram, Associate Professor, Sinop University, Turkey, Member International Social Science and Management Welfare Association. I also wholeheartedly welcome Professor Dr. D. Vishwakarma, sir, the Secretary of Social Science and Management Welfare Association, President of Youth Economic Association, Director, SRF Research Foundation, Editor, International and National Research Journal, and I take the privilege of welcoming Dr. Virendra V. Shanbhag, sir, Principal, the New English PU College, Bataklal, Patakal, Uttarakhand, Karnataka, Advisory Board Member, SSMWA. I wholeheartedly express my gratitude towards all the dignitaries, all the international and national dignitaries who have graced this occasion and has blessed us for this conference and are going to enlighten us in today's session. I wholeheartedly again express my gratitude towards the Secretary, Professor Dr. D. Vishwakarma, Secretary of Social Science and Management Welfare Association for making us avail this platform and conduct this particular conference today and for last 3 days. Thank you so much. Over to you, Anaya.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your kind words. I now request Mukul to call upon our first speaker of the day, which is Dr. Durgambini Patel, ma'am.
Can you see my screen, please, Mukul? Ananya?
No, ma'am, it's
No,
not
ma'am, not
visible.
yet.
I don't know why my sharing icon is getting disabled. Maybe because of the bandwidth.
That's okay. I mean, we can figure out something.
Just let it's not. Neither my screen is working nor. I think the bandwidth problem is there. Okay, I'll try. But yes, you can continue. Sorry.
An American organizational theorist named J. Galbraith has quoted, "The empirical research of the last 15 years on the structure of large organizations seems to confirm the hypothesis of Herbert Simon that human cognitive limits are a basic limiting factor in determining organization structures." So today we have amongst ourselves, or rather I should say amongst our devices, a device which would connect us to the Dean of SVKM's Narsi Munshi Institute of Management Studies, Kirat P. Mehta, School of Law, Mumbai, namely Dr. Durgambini Arun Patel, who will impart us the knowledge of empirical research. Dr. Patel is a retired senior professor and former head of the Department of Law at Savitribai Phule, Pune University, Maharashtra. The recipient of the Erasmus Mundus Fellowship and the Euphrates Fellowship holds a 7 years experience in research and teaching, home and abroad, including Spain, Ireland, and Nepal. She is a member of the Board of Studies, Law in Mumbai, member of the National Labour Law Association, New Delhi, and a member of the International Labour Law Experts Association, and much more. Dr. Durgambini ma'am has published 2 books and 37 articles and has been invited as guest lecturer in more than 200 national conferences and 25 international conferences, and still counting. So now I would like to request Dr. Durgambini Patel to please proceed with the conference ahead.
Good morning, everybody. And thank you very much. I extend my gratitude towards the management of Bharati Vidyapeeth, and especially the principal Bandale ma'am and all the faculty members for giving me this opportunity to have discussion or a dialogue with you all, an interactive dialogue. I hope if it was physical, we would have had much more interactive dialogue. But however, this is very convenient, and accessibility has really increased post-COVID. This is one of the good takeaway that we have had from the pandemic, that we have now connected with the technology, and really it gives opportunity to have large number of people on board. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I heartily congratulate you all for conducting such a huge kind of a crowd from different corners of the world, and really I can understand how much of hard work would have gone in to do this arrangement. So thank you once again. And the topic which is given to me is empirical legal research. So I'm going to concentrate, because otherwise it would be repetitive. You must have heard about the introductory part, and basically we all are aware with the fundamentals what legal research or research per se is. So I would be speaking about empirical legal research. I extend my apology because I think there is an issue of bandwidth, because I'm taking a hotspot and doing it, so you know that some of the networks doesn't work. So my hotspot is not taking neither the video nor the sharing icon is also disabled. So however, if needed, I will share this PPT with the organizers. And apart from that, I think having a kind of a dialogue would be much better. So even if the PPT is not there, I will try to explain to you very, very systematically what I want to share with you. Now, just briefly, because I have an hour only, if this topic is given to me, I think you can have definitely 4 5 sessions into it with examples working out. When we have a workshop on empirical legal research, it can be a completely 1 day workshop where we take up examples and where we take illustrations and we work out that if it is empirical, what is the technique which is required, what is the what is the system, or what are the methods or methodologies or techniques and tools which are required. So three things: methods and methodology, techniques and tools that are required, and how each tool can be used. And this all is a thing which we need to work out in a workshop by taking illustrations, taking topics and saying, okay, here, which is the tool of empirical legal research, whether it's observation, which would be better, or it would be better to have interview technique. In interview, do we need to have schedule or a non-scheduled one? Do we need to have a freelance or a fettered one? So these are all things which we can do. However, there is very limited time which is there. So I will just run through the whole journey of legal research, empirical legal research, which I'm going to talk to you now. And what is the contemporary significance? How I have titled my topic, let me just tell you. Significance of empirical legal research, a contemporary discourse. Why I have used the word contemporary? Because there are two different opinions. Some feel that doctrinal suffices. Some feel no, doctrinal has to be followed by empirical. Some only give it significance on empirical. So I don't want to go to either of that extreme. It is a fine combination of doctrinal and empirical. That is what is the contemporary discourse. Nothing is complete without each other. They are like two wheels of a chariot, and they are supplementary and complementary to each other. What? The doctrinal and the non-doctrinal. Non-doctrinal is also called as empirical. It's also called as a field research. It's also called as a socio-legal research, where you go to field and try to verify, try to validate what you read from books, what you hear, or what you data you collect. You try to see the authenticity of that data by going to the field and checking it as against the reality. You have authors like W. Friedman, you have authors like Julius Stone in his book on social dimensions of law and justice, Friedman on law and changing society, and many, many more. I'm just trying, these were the pioneering one. And of course, the contribution of sociological jurisprudence. You have to very carefully read sociological jurisprudence, and all the other schools which came later on to sociological jurisprudence, like the American realism and like the functional, it's also called as functional school, sociological jurisprudence, the contribution of Patton and contribution of Roscoe Pond and others who said that law is not merely a command of the sovereign. It's not merely to be found in bundle of rules and regulations, but how really it is in the field. So the concept of law in books and law in action evolved from the period of, say, post Second World War, and it's basically in the American school. After seeing the disaster of the Second World War, the legal theorists started questioning that is law only the command of the sovereign, or law is only the historical to be seen in customs and this and that. They said no, the purpose of law is to resolve problems, to address issues which are there in the society, and therefore law does not generate in vacuum. It generates into a society. It cannot be an universal and a fixed kind of a phenomena. It's not like pure sciences where 2 and 2 will always be 4. In war times, that will be 10, but in peacetime it will be 0 also. Okay, so law is something which takes color from the factors which influence the underpinnings, the socio political, anthropological. Now those who are thinking about writing in scopus and all, why scopus tries to encourage interdisciplinary research. I was attending one seminar which was held in my school on how to access to scopus, and I really liked it because this is what was told about empirical rigor research, that law has an anthropological perspective, it has an historical perspective, economic, name it, and it has that perspective. And you have to see from all dimensions. Law cannot be read only through black letters. Black letters of law, of course, that is very important. I'm not undermining it. That's why I'm saying in a legal research, you must commence with a doctrinal work and take that doctrinal work to the field and examine what the doctrinal work says. Really, do we have the reality, the social reality akin to that of the black letters of the law? And that's why I'm saying this and again, in the guise of doing empirical or interdisciplinary research, many a times we forget to understand, examine the law and its scope and extent. We directly talk about the failures, and we don't see law per se. We don't examine sources of law. Many times, many theses in the discipline of law do not reflect or do not even examine extensively the various sources of law. I'm using the word various sources of law. So it may be the legislative, the judicial, the subordinate legislation, the international law, the constitutional law, custom as a source of law, judicial decisions, of course, precedent, and so on and so on. Juristic writing, though not a very authoritative, but it is definitely a persuasive. So after examining all that, I don't belong to any particular school. That's why I said discourse, because some people go so much for empirical, they forget the importance that we are doing our legal research from the platform of discipline of law, and our first thing must be to interrogate into the legal structure, the legal system, the underpinnings of the legal systems, and examine the law, and then go to the reality, go to the stakeholders, all the stakeholders, what the law really does with them. Really, if the law says it is for the benefit, does it really benefit them? If the law says that it's to target a group because of the excessive rights or misuse of rights, is there misuse of power is there, and whether it is really targeting those who abuse the power, all this is to be examined to be there. In empirical legal research. So let me tell you, because of the sociological jurisprudence, if you read very carefully, Roscoe says that social audit of law cannot be perceived merely from the black letters. In fact, if you read the writers who commenced with the writing of sociological jurisprudence, they were attacking the positive school. Of course, positive school did have its own contribution. Both of them, I believe in positivism also, plus in addition socialist, because positive school of law, the command of the sovereign has to be read. We have to see what the law says, what the constitutional provision says, what is the international conventional obligation, treaty obligation on India, what are the rules and regulations, are they sufficient enough, what they intend, what they perceive.
Please unmute, ma'am. Hello.
Patel
Please
ma'am,
unmute, ma'am.
I think you're gone on mute.
Okay, sorry, sir. I don't know how it automatically maybe I don't know, where did you miss me? So I was just trying to say that I was discussing about sociological jurisprudence, that they attack the positivist by saying that your philosophy has gone bankrupt. Law is not merely the command of sovereign, but law is also what it does in society, how it tries to balance between the conflicting interest, and therefore law has to be audited from the sociological perspective. This is what sociological jurisprudence said. But I still believe that it's a fine combination of positivism and sociology, because first you have to understand the law per se, which is there in the different sources of law, like the international, the constitutional, the legislative, the subordinate legislations, the judicial, the precedents, the custom, the convention to certain extent. I hope you know, I will not go into detail. But convention not maybe a very authoritative, but of course a persuasive to determine what is the convention. So after studying that, you need to go to the field and try to examine from all perspective, from the stakeholders. They may be the beneficiaries, they may be the targets, they may be the executives who implement the law, they may be understanding the legislative intent. Go to each stakeholder who are directly or indirectly impacted by the making of law, and ask them how they feel about it. And to understand, it's very, very important to do empirical legal research as on today. Let me tell you, if you are, even if you're writing a paper which you wanted, they would want you to be coming out with some statistical empirical information, and therefore quantitative analysis, and then doing qualitative analysis. Quantitative analysis which is gathered through empirical research, some statistical data, when you are supporting your argument, and then going in for qualitative analysis, that holds water. Even today, if you see very good articles, they want to substantiate, they just don't want you to speak in vacuum without having corroborative statistical information, some data collected from somewhere, if not primary, secondary data collected from somewhere, supporting your argument, your doctrinal, your analytical work. If supported by this empirical data, it really holds a better quality. And even in, not only in thesis and PA dissertations, but even you can see that that is reflected in articles, also in good research. I said this empiricism in legal research evolved post Second World War, but lately I was just reading, that's why I'm saying contemporary discourse. Lately, in say last 5-10 years, there's again a big discourse on that in the well-known American law schools, where empirical rigor research initially commenced, because of the work like Roscoe and all that. And they are again saying that, are we losing our own discipline? Are we giving a stepmother treatment to our own discipline of law, and not studying law per se, but only doing empirical rigor research? So there is also that thought, that in the guise of doing empirical interdisciplinary research, don't forget your disciplines. Your discipline is the first. A subject can be studied from an economic perspective, from a political perspective, from a legal perspective. We, as being the from legal from the discipline of law, should first examine the legal perspective, and then take that legal perspective to validate it into the field, and collect that what law says is really true or not. Whether law in books and law in action, is it there is a difference or not? If there is a difference, why there is a difference? And then as a researcher, to find out solution, how to remove that gap between law in books and law action. So identification, understanding why the gap is there between law and books and law in action, and giving a viable solution to make the law a reality, is what is empirical rigor research. Why I'm telling you these 3 stages? Generally, we just identify the gap and just forget about it. Your legal research, your empirical legal research is not complete unless you give viable solutions after studying the empirical perspectives, how to remove the gap between the law in books and law in action. And that is why we should do empirical legal research, not merely to find the problem, but after finding the problem, to find the causes for the problem, and then to suggest suggest remedy, or suggest give suggestions, solutions, how you can remove the problem. How can you? So take an example of environmental law. If why the problem is there? Would you have the problem is because still when you go right now, as I said, I am on very close to Mumbai Juhu beach, and I always see it is so very dirty, and I feel so very this thing every evening. There is lot of plastic which is left on under this thing. People come to enjoy and just make the, so there is no awareness. There is no awareness. But if the awareness is not there, it is difficult to create awareness. But make some strict rules that you can't enter any beaches with things. You have to check them when they enter, because then people don't throw things. Because in case of environmental law, we have best legislations. We have 200 different legislations. You have subordinate legislations. You have what do you say? You have a good scheme and schedule. Everything is there, but the implementation is very poor. And how to improve awareness, of course, is one of the thing, because if you happen to see just now in my listening, coincidentally I was also in a university which was very close to the seashore, and it is painful to see that when a seashore in a northern Spain can be so clean and spick and span, why can't in my own country? So somewhere your environmental laws are not very rigid. If you have if you impose, you can't. If you go to a restaurant in Italy, in a Bologna, it's one of the oldest school of law where I had been. I was just, you can't carry your plastic bottles, and whatever water process of disposing of the glove. Okay, so we don't have a very strict mechanism. Just we still manufacture plastic bags are manufactured so extensively, and every time this thing, hundreds of plastic bags in a month are carried in a single household, so somewhere we don't have a very rigid mechanism to find how can we implement the law properly, to create that kind of strict rules, to create such kind of strict mechanisms where literally you are simply have no other choice but to follow the law. So where in case of environmental law, you name a law, whether it is biomedical waste, or it is environment protection, everywhere you have laws. But it doesn't happen. If you see the countries, they are so very strict about their environmental laws. Because we lack an implementation. We are not seeing how we can make that implementation very strict. So always blaming the law is not the problem. The implementation suffers. Implemented, you don't have proper procedure scheme to implement them, how to implement their laws strictly. So empirical legal research is indispensable in today's world. Empirical legal research is indispensable in today's world, because you have to see, we are very good. We have the best constitutional law. We have, and still after 75 years of independence, you still come to city like Pune, and you see when it comes the time of the cutting of sugar canes, you still have those kind of, they are still living 2 centuries behind, because they migrate for cutting sugar canes, and they are called as ustori kamgar, they are called as sugar cane. This thing, you have I mean, two different countries, you know, in India itself. One is that what it is said about Bharat and India. So why that? That if the constitution is the constitution really a reality? Take any provision of the constitution, is still find that after so many years also, of course, I don't say that we have not improved, but we still are lagging much behind. And how to remove that behind, like, and how to gear up faster is what it is important. Now, I would just like to quote George Tressay, who said that empirical legal research is arguable that next big thing in legal intellectual thought. So it says that empirical legal research scholarship, which is arguable. Why arguable? Because you're questioning. You're not taking things as it is. You're just questioning, what is this? Why it is not like that? So that kind of questioning all the time, interrogation, skepticism, and now that is the big thing in the legal intellectual thought. This is what is said about empirical legal research. If in case I go, I mean, I don't know why, if I automatically get disconnected, or if I automatically my this thing doesn't work, please let me know so that I can, yeah, so I can just mm, I don't know why the audio also is getting disabled. So now it is also called as empirical legal research is also called as mixed method. It is also called as interdisciplinary. It is also called as a field research. It is also called as a non-doctrinal research. Different authors use differently. Americans use it differently. They mostly use empirical. The British, they use the non-doctrinal, you know, because it is, and I think empirically is a better work, because non-doctrinal means you don't care about the doctrines. It's not like that. You care about the doctrines and then move forward to examine the reality of the doctrine and the truthness of the doctrine. You are trying to understand that. So it is said that in today's world, empirical legal research in today's world, empirical legal research cannot be ignored, not only by students who are doing research, but even lawyers cannot ignore. Because you find lot of data, empirical data is called for, even in the system of lawyering, in the system of litigation. Best example, while talking about the OBC reservation in state of Maharashtra, the data was asked, the empirical data was asked, you know, because today empirical data is a concern of litigations. Lawyers are concerned about it to show the graveness of the matter, the grievous kind of nature of the subject. Students, of course, they should. So teaching also, it has to be empirical. Judges also cannot ignore them, because they also rely on expert opinions and data which has been collected to see the gravity of the situation, where immediate intervention is required, whether the progressive interpretation is required, how an interpretation has to be there. And while giving a reasoned decision, which they are supposed to give now, they rely on empirical data. So it is said that everybody would stand on their own peril, whether they are lawyers, judges, students, researchers, politicians, leaders, if they do not rely World Bank also empirical work in many new democracies. In fact, World Bank has given many suggestions to new democracies that if you want economic prosperity, if you want to improve your legal system, if you want to evolve and develop, it is essential that your decisions must be supported by empirical data. Your decisions must be taken on the basis of empirical data. And this is also the World Bank is saying. And let me tell you, World Bank is one of the gravely interested in a different kind of research, because while being the banker's bank, or while being the bank of the world, it is really very concerned about understanding what happens in which corner of the world and what is the factual situation. So the fact verification of fact, which can be done for empirical data. So World Bank also has given that no decisions must be taken in absence of an supportive empirical data if you want to prosper uh, socially, economically, politically, and legally. Now, if you see, there is one very beautiful picture which is there on the on Google, which you can say roots of empirical legal research. If you put that term, you will get an image which is there, which says that empirical data is like a tree, and there are different roots to empirical data. Means through different roots, finally the tree of empirical legal research, I'm using the word legal research, emerges. And here it has talked about law and anthropology, sociology of law, American realism, sociological jurisprudence, new legal realism, law and politics, civilology, law and economics, criminology, psychology and law, evolutionary studies of law. All these are the roots upon which the tree of empirical legal research has grown. Sociological jurisprudence, as we all know. But there is another area which you should see, that is called as sociology of law, which tries to study what led to the making of the law. What is the social circumstances which pushed a making of a particular law or evolution of a particular law in the history? And because it can be studied in the social history. You know, social history is also very relevant to law. When we talk about the constitution, in any class of constitution, they start with the Government of India Act 1911, 1935, then how it happened and how the federalism came and what kind of a system was there, and so on and so forth. So all this, when you study in context of a particular area, you are building up the empirical legal research tree is growing on the roots of all this. Okay, so empirical legal research is both quantitative and qualitative. As I said, they are both what do you say, they are supplementary and complementary to each other. How do you do quantification if you don't go for empirical research? And how you analyze the quality unless you understand the underpinnings or the underlying phenomena which need to be studied. So for both, to identify issues, perspectives, phenomena for examining, doing qualitative research, you need to have an empirical perspective. That these are the phenomena, these are this thing. Caste may be a factor of social elimination. So that is an understanding that's a factor. So you have to understand that factor and then only analyze the thing. You can't, in absence of understanding the underpinnings or the what do you say, the phenomena, the criterions. So that is a qualitative analysis. And in quantitative, to see intensity, the frequency, the more the frequency, the more is the intense the issue is or the problem is. So again, you need empirical for that. Now, when you talk about deductive and inductive methods, deductions, when you deduce, when you arrive from big to small, from larger to the narrower is deductive. From narrower to the larger is inductive. How would you do that analysis unless you have the understanding of the factual environment in which that issue is throbbing? So that is very essential. So law and society studies, law and social change, law and social transformation, law and public opinion, law and morals, law and religion. All these are matters of empirical studies. You can't understand law and public opinion how people react to particular law. Now, let me give you an here example of course, I have not to, this is not the platform, and neither I'm for or against. I know that every law will have its own drawbacks, but I'm not of the opinion just because a law is having a fault, you throw the law with the you throw away the law. You can eliminate the bad things and keep the good things. Okay, so as you say that don't throw the baby with the bath water, keep the baby and throw the dirty water. So law needs a continuous amendment and change and reformation. So that public opinion also matters. Why? In democracy, public opinion is very, very important. What happened to your farm laws? Not that everything was very bad. If you really make a very independent, very unbiased study, there were certain good things which could have been done into it. But of course, because the public opinion did not favor, so public opinion is important. And how do you see the public opinion? It's an empirical study. So what is the relation between law and morals, law and religion? These are all aspects of empirical study. Now, if you have done your 2 years LLM, we always studied one subject which was called as law and social transformation. What is that? How do you perceive that concept of law and social transformation? It is completely on the premise of empirical legal research. That law, when you perceive a law as an instrument of social transformation, you say that the law can impact the society and can bring in desired change in the society, which can be done through law. And therefore, you are trying to connect the law and fact, and therefore you are trying to connect between the legal the legal and the factual situations, legal and factual situations. So law and fact you are trying to combine. Everything can't be law. Law has to be seen from the facts. Law and social change and law, both. Generally you will see constitutional law and such kind of social reform laws where law is taking the pivotal role to bring in a desired social change. But technological changes are first, and then the law has to tune to itself, like IT technology and all that. So both the ways, and law and society studies. So it is an transdisciplinary studies. I'm saying intra first. Why we completely ignore intra? Intra is also very important. Like what do you mean by intradisciplinary? When you're studying a criminal law, but you are trying to see the constitutional perspective. You are examining the scope and extent of Article 20 or 21 or 22 for that matter, when you're trying to understand the criminal law, the philosophy of criminal law as it has grown and how. So when you are studying subjects which are intradisciplinary, you are going to international law. So within the discipline, when you are moving, you are looking at the administrative law angle, you are looking at the criminal law angle, you're looking at the constitutional law angle. So that is intradisciplinary. Every empirical legal research must also have intradisciplinary understanding. You should understand what is the international law, what is the constitutional law, what are the different legislations which are there, what are the administrative law principles, or what are the criminal law principles, or which are or the IPR philosophy which is relevant over here. Sometimes you may not think, but somewhere some aspect of some law would transcend it into an area. And then interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary. Now let me just, because we are talking about interdisciplinary or empirical rigor research, there is lot of dialogue on what is the difference between interdisciplinary, what is the difference between interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary. Now there is not much of difference. In transdisciplinary, you are not seeing the disciplines independent of each other, but you are trying to combine them, you are transcending, you are linking them. Okay, so the true interdisciplinary empirical approach must be where you are linking, you are seeing the cause, effect, and consequences of both the studies on each other. You are not studying them independently, but you are trying to establish link between them. Okay, so here we can talk about Dicey, who wrote on public opinion, then Friedman, Julius Stone, Americanism, sociological, Rawls' theory of justice. Of course, without having that empirical understanding, he wouldn't have had that kind of a evolved, that kind of a philosophy, which is because his understanding is based completely on the perception of what the law, what the situation is in action, or what the condition is in action, upon basis of which he has evolved. So any person who theorist who really is trying to bring in, it is his empirical understanding which motivates him to evolve a theory and to question or challenge the existing theory. For that also you have to have empirical understanding, friends. Do you understand that? If I am questioning a particular theory, like Roscoe Pond did, or like any theorist, because I have an empirical understanding of what the reality is, and therefore I feel that there is a new dimension which has to be looked upon. So this is to be understood. Now, with reference to empowerment theories like affirmative actions, protective discrimination, would these theories would have evolved, these doctrines would have evolved if they did not have a fine understanding of empirical legal research? No, because of the fine understanding of the empirical understanding of the law, that this concepts like both protective discrimination, affirmative actions can be there. Now, the whole movement of clinical legal education, Madhya Menon and others in India, of course, it's been brought from many other people contributed to this. What is it? When this is that, because they say law cannot be taught to school in college, in schools, in law schools in isolation. You have to tell them what are the social underpinnings to it, what is the reality to it, and you're pushing students out of classrooms after teaching them, asking them to go to the field and actually conduct an experiment of the black letters of law in the field. And you are asking them to go where really a person, there are people, what do you say, they are suffering from they are contaminated soil, they are suffering from contaminated water, groundwater. Then you are telling them that, did you have in the Environment Protection Act, when any neighboring factories are disposing of their chemicals into this thing, if the soil is getting contaminated, have they had the say into it? Did they raise or not? Because that has to be seen. So empirical legal research is very, very important, and this is what the clinical legal education tells you. Your legal aid, going to the field, trying to understand. When you do legal aid and clinical legal research labs, when you carry out the programs, it's nothing but trying to teach that law is not in the black letters, it is beyond, and that understanding is very essential. You may emerge as a lawyer, you may emerge as a judge, you may emerge as a researcher, a lawmaker, a law executor, or an interpreter. You have to have that fair understanding of law, because otherwise you are fooling yourself. Let me tell you, of course, I'm not, this is you really fool yourself when you say, yes, there is Article 14 and everything is rosy. No, there is Article 14 is there, but then there are situations when we are going this thing, it is not the reality. So synthesis of socio-political, economical, and every historical, anthropological aspects is essential. And this is empirical research, because law is like a therapy. Okay, there is a problem. Once you inject the therapy of law, the problem must be, I would not say eliminate, but must be regulated or kept to its minimum. You can't have crimeless society. But then really, whether the therapy works, whether it is having some effect or not. If the therapy doesn't work, now let me give you over here an example of the, it was an old law, which was Urban Land Selling Act 1976. I have heard a very senior teacher of mine who spoke about it, that how miserably it failed. And a time came when everybody realized that it is absolutely of no use. It is a redundant law in the book, and it does not fetch any good for any good thing whatsoever. Of course, you can have give a 10% flat to people who needy. Literally, if I have seen research which has been done, in needy are some of the very affluent families who go in for the needy, and many people, it was a badly misused law, lot of loopholes, and everything. It was in a period of time, it was put in the cold storage or dumped into a cold storage. So the reality is very, very different, and that you should understand why a particular law fails, and the real world, how it is, the actual and function. So contemporary discourse of empirical legal research is called as cooperative collaborations between these disciplines, between methods and methodology. It is only not the discipline. I'm again going to Scopus, if you want to. It is not only going to other discipline, but adopting the methods of other discipline to interrogate, to question. Okay, we have used quantitative analysis into legal research, whereas that was basically very closely related to applied statistics. But it is essential now to understand the reality of law, to apply that kind of a quantitative analysis. Of course, so you have to understand that this is the way how the legal research goes. You have to have a fair balance between this thing. Need to study the law in books and law in action. When you say action, all stakeholders, friends, I'm again repeating that, all stakeholders. Don't be biased. You have to see all of them who are connected directly, indirectly, the implementers, the legislatures, the executives, I mean, that are the implementers, the judges, the beneficiaries, the targets, the common, the persons who are very neutral to all this. See, study from our perspective, ask their opinion. You will really find difficult to balance, because they will have their own different opinions, and from that you have to understand what really it is, and analyze all these counter aspects, and come out with your own analysis, what you really think of, and how do you analyze, how do you quantify, and how do you qualitatively analyze, how do you logically come out of with a kind of an logical analysis of it. So this is what is empirical legal research. And empirical legal research has tool and technique. The tools of collecting empirical data are those three or four, as it is said, which of course cannot be covered here. You would require separate this thing. That is observation. Why I'm saying observation? That was said to be the oldest method. How from the time of Stone Age to how the civilization, this thing, it is by observing, because people observe that if two stones hit each other, there is a sparkle which is created, from which you can create a fire, and fire can be used to generate light and whatever. Or the shape of the earth, that is also through observation, Galileo and others. Like I would not go into it. So basically all these sciences, and research is a science, and science has evolved through these observations. You observe a phenomena is occurring again and again. You are seeing that we all have become now added to our mobiles, and then we do.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
With all due respect, I apologize for interrupting, but I think we are running a little short of time.
Yeah, I will just finish in 3 minutes.
Okay, ma'am, no problem.
So
Thank
that
you.
is my few last slides only.
Okay, no problem.
So understand that, but there are limitations. You have to understand every method and every technique has limitation. And here also, many a times in doing empiricism, if your perspective of inquiry is not based by theory, then you lose. So only empiricism and not connecting to theory would be again wrong. So you have to combine the doctrinal or the theoretical to empirical. So theory is a prerequisite, or evolving a theory based on the this thing is very, very important, because if you don't evolve a theory, you may fail. So that has to, just a minute, that has to be with the help, prerequisite has to be a good theory. Now I also have another figure which you can see on the this thing, just 2-3 minutes more. If you go to Google and Google out as the ELR resolution revolution, that is empirical legal research revolutions. The revolution is such that they have given a statistic in a graphic manner, that as on today, in most of the well-known valid research, you will find empirical legal research is strongly the basis of evolving a research paper. And they have put dots to those empirical papers having empirical data, and they have shown that from the 2000 onwards, from 90 to 2000 present, you will find many dots are seen as far as empirical rigor research on the graph, indicating that today a good legal research or a good research paper is also called as a paper which bases its analysis on empirical data collected from field. So I was telling you about the tools: observation, interview, and questionnaire. Okay, these are the 3 tools of data collection. How you use the tools are technique. They are the 3 independent things. In interview, you ask questions, you're face to face to your respondent. In questionnaire, you are not in the observation, you simply do observation. Each area of study would require a different one. You can combine the methods, observation followed by interview along with questionnaire, depending upon what kind of data you want. If you have just a quantitative data, then and then in that case questionnaire would be fine. But if you want qualitative data, you want to understand feelings and opinions, interview is required. So that is one. These are the tools of empirical data collection. Now this empirical data relying on in legal research is called as law as a big data movement. Again, you can see American realism and many others have said that today's movement of law is the big data movement. Big data movement literally means that you rely on data which you get from concerned field about the law before making the law. I'm using the word before making the law, while the law is in function, and if law remake the law, again you need to go to this big data. So at every stage of making, unmaking, reforming, amending, what do you say, cancelling, that is cancelling is not the word, the word is striking down law. Every time you need to follow on data, big data, and that's called as a big data movement, and that is the concern which is there. So fact and value, reality check of law also is another term which has been there. So whether it is the constitution, you may remember that there was a committee which was constituted during the time of when Prime Minister Bajpayee was there to understand or understand constitution, whether does it really somewhere has got stuck somewhere. You need to such kind of studies, not only on constitution but legislations. Many legislations were identified and found that these legislations are there in the books but have no whatsoever value and as on today, and they need to be either struck down. And so this training and orientation, the limitation is there. When you're carrying out empirical data, you need training, you need a supervisor, you need a orientation, you need to go in for training. This kind of training is just telling you, but you need to have an hand holding experts who are trying to see that you are eliminating biases, because the more you go to the field, you should not be victim of your prejudice and biases. So one limitation is there, that this should not be done independently, or even if done independently, somebody must verify your work to find the truth that you have carried out really unbiased kind of work. Last but not the least, so law in constitution system of India perceived as a tool of social change, isn't it? We consider constitution as a tool of social change. So we have to conduct empirical investigations to see whether the change has occurred or not. And last but not the least, legal culture or trends and transitions has to be imbibed in interdisciplinary research methodology style, in the research, in writings, in readings, in teachings. In every area, you need to, it is not merely if you're doing PhD that you're concerned with legal research. You want to be a good legislative drafter. You want to be a good bureaucrat handling the law, whichever sphere you need. So empirical legal research is not only in teaching or learning, but in all fields where you handle law, and law is omnipresent. Your empirical senses or empirical understanding, training, and truthfulness is essential. But again, I will warn that somebody must supervise you that you are on the right path. Thank you very much, and thanks a lot. If you have any.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Does anybody have any questions for ma'am?
Or if there is a time shortage, you can put the question to me through email and I will answer.
Yes, actually, this is better. Audience, you can pose your questions to ma'am either in the chat box or email her directly. Ma'am, is that okay with you?
Please email me, because chat box maybe that will not be, it will only remain till this thing remains. So
Yes, right.
Yeah.
Yes, email is best alternative.
Yeah, best alternative. You can ask me. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just gave you a bird's eye view, so you have to still struggle with it for a longer time.
No, if any research scholar in future needs your
Yeah, sure. Yes, Sharif. And what is that? Shafi. Yes, surely, Shafi.
I am from Kashmir. No issue.
Okay, you can anytime mail me. I'm very much eager to answer to your questions.
It was an interesting lecture. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, ma'am, if you could just put your email ID in the chat box, that would be great, because then people might copy it on their respective devices.
Okay.
We'll do that, ma'am. We'll share the email ID shortly onto the chat box.
Okay, please do.
Okay.
Otherwise, I can also do.
Okay. So thank you, ma'am, for your informative session. It was such an honor to hear from the guru of our guru. American sociologist Talcott Parsons has rightly said, empirical interest will be in the facts so far as they are relevant to the solutions of these problems. Empirical research in law always teaches us the harsh realities of society and makes us work at a grassroots level. So thank you so much, ma'am, for propagating the same and teaching us the importance of sociological philosophy with respect to law. I now request Mukul to introduce the next speaker of the day, Dr. Gul Erkol Behram, ma'am. Thank you.
Coming up next, we have Dr. Gul Erkol Behram. My heartfelt apologies if I pronounced it wrong. Sorry.
Since I waited so much and I have another session after 10 minutes, I would like to summarize my presentation slightly, because I have another meeting. I have some programs, but you don't obey this program. So it is not ethical to behave like this. I would like to share my screen.
Okay, ma'am. No
ma'am, I just want to say I had time till 12:30. So I have just finished on time. Just 2-3 minutes it has gone up.
No, ma'am, you don't finish your time. I have waited for more than half minutes.
Because they told me 11:30 to 12:30. It is just 12:38 now.
Ma'am,
Uh,
so
like,
sorry. I am
I
obeying
think
the rules. I am
are
obeying.
you maybe you are outside India so that your time this thing is different? Because I have finished on time.
respected dignitaries,
Ma'am, it's if we could just continue with the session, that would be great. The time gap is not so important because any which ways we have a very long session coming up today. Gyul ma'am, if you may continue with your session, but before that, I would really like my co-host to introduce you to all the audience, if you may, please. Thank you.
Okay. I would like to introduce myself. I am associate professor in Department of Tour Guiding in Turkey. I would like to more than 200 meetings in India or around the world since today. Now I would like to mention about women perspectives in tourism research. First thing, maybe we can start with tourism and hospitality issues. Tourism and hospitality is a big context, I think, because it relates many area and many sectors, I think. And it's associated with travel planning and hospitality management and etc. And also, tourism and hospitality composed of people, process, and services. And maybe we can, if you want to look at the tourism and hospitality composed of people, process, and services, one of the important stakeholders is women, because women works in too much part of the tourism and hospitality. Maybe the general view of the gender equality is so important to looking up this, because when we look at the tourism industry, we can see some issues. We talk about gender inequality, but it is possible to say that it is start with from the beginning of the human words. Girls and boys see gender inequality in their homes and communities every day, in textbooks and in the media and among the adults who care of them. And worldwide, nearly 1 in 4 girls between the age of 15 or 19 are neither employed nor in education or training. But in the childhood, gender disparities, and it may be small. And among those who reach secondary school, girls tend to outperform and boys in reaching across every country, and it is possible to see some data. And hundreds of millions of girls worldwide are still subjected to child marriage. Now we can look at some progress. It is possible to talk about some progress. For example, women education is gaining more and more, but there are some inequalities and disadvantages between women, because women tend to unskilled or semi-skilled world in many jobs, and some inequality conditions. And also, gender inequality, according to one of the important organizations, is International Labor. The participation of women in hotel and restaurant service industry is approximately 15.5% globally, and reach 70% in some regions. And this percentage is 50.9% in Spain, and also 58 percentage point 4 percentage in Costa Rica, and 15.8 percentage point 5 in Mexico, and 65% in Thailand, and approximately 80% in Peru, and 85% in Lithuania. And to some extent, tourism is shaped by female work. We have some 5 characteristics of tourism workers according to the literature, because tourism workers is separated from other workers in the service industry. And also when we're looking up the female workers, it is possible to see some disconnection. Firstly, women have high motivation when they doing their jobs because they put in all long hours to get their venture, and sometimes everything they have. And also another is passion. Passion is another characteristic of women, and while a good payday at the end of the tunnel is good for motivation, and women tend to be more driven by a passion for their offering, as well as by a desire to make a difference. And another is vision. The best women workers have a vision as to what they want to achieve. And another is confidence. Without confidence or self-belief, women cannot possibly succeed. They have to be confident both in themselves and in the products. Decision making and other components. Being able to make decisions quickly is an important characteristic for women workers, because it can be the difference between success or failure. And women in tourism industry has been recognized as one of the potential areas for economic development and economic transformation in the world. Service industry like tourism opens immense opportunities for employment generation and entrepreneurial practices, especially for developing and underdeveloped countries. Yes, what is the current situation of women workers in tourism? Tourism industry holds a huge amount of potential, but according to the United Nations Development Goals, some report has not been unfortunately good. The details behind this statistic are not quite so equal. The majority of women are concentrated in lower level jobs. And in addition, a lot of women undertake unpaid roles within tourism, supporting family business as invisible customer services providers. And also, women empowerment and beyond. Institutional responses suggest that women can be empowered by tourism. According to the World Tourism Organization, tourism can empower women in multiple ways, particularly through the provision of jobs and through income-generating opportunities in small and larger scale tourism enterprises. And tourism can be a tool for women to unlock their potential, thus contribute to the World Tourism Organizations can be a tool for women to unlock their potential. And also, according to the Sustainable Development Goals, achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. It is possible. Transformation for women will only happen when the structural inequalities in society are laid bare and overcome, according to some studies. And tourism also has a pivotal role to play in achieving the objectives at the heart of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, in particular the commitments to gender equality and the empowerment of women of Sustainable Development Goal. Tourism can contribute to gender inequality with several ways. Firstly, We can offer important employment possibilities for the developing regions, and we can increase women participation in community life and decision making. And also, we can increase women economic empowerment and access to resources. Women in tourism research, our topic is research on gender and tourism is very important for three reasons. Firstly, the process of involving women and men in tourism is shaped by gender ideology in society, and the second, gender relations contribute to the dynamic of the fluidity of gender in tourism. And the third one is the gender perspective is a tool for understanding the relationship between tourism and social responses. Gender equality for sustainable tourism development is very important, and this is lined with World Tourism Declaration, with which position tourism is a tool to advance some development goals. In this case, the role of women in tourism is important to study. Gender inequality is a primary indicator of sustainable tourism, and where the improvement of women conditions leads to improving tourism sustainability. And also, according to the many research, increasing women employment and improving their income is mainly related with payment. And still, the study and knowledge about gender equality in tourism are indispensable. The fifth goal of Sustainable Development Goals related to the women empowerment is translated into a set of sub-goals that seek to commit the gender equality. And according to the report on Sustainable Development Goals, women in tourism and their employment, their entrepreneurship, education, training, leadership, decision-making, and participating in community is so important. And the report mentioned that 54% people of employment in the tourism are women, which represented higher than other economic sectors. We have some important feelings to research women. Firstly, the process of involving women and men in tourism shaped by gender ideology in society. And the second one is gender relations contribute to the dynamic or fluidity gender identity in tourism. And the last one is gender perspective is a tool for understanding relationship between some dimensions around sectors, around subsectors, and other related issues. Various studies have been carried out that the role of women is not only as a wife or mother, namely natural or biological functions appearing as a woman, as household managers, namely carrying out the routine and the boring task. Gender in tourism has constantly been a crucial frontier matter in psychological research in tourism. In general, tourism studies have been discussed and popularized from a gender perspective on gender equality since 1980s. And these initial studies focus on evaluating the gender perpetuation in the destinations of tourists, and beside gender variations in the tourism perceptions of the various levels of development, discussion, and power relations which contribute to the gender disparities. In general, tourism studies have been discussed and popularized from a gender's perspective on gender equality from 1990s, which is considered a turning point in the gender tourism literature. Some papers have appeared in the period. One of them is Gender Analysis, and the other one is another important journal is Annals of Tourism Research. and gender in tourism. This is mainly focusing on women empowerment issues in their journals. And also, Kennard and Hall, according to these academicians, have defined triple pillars, which are necessary for understanding the relationship between tourism and gender. The first pillar, activities, is structured on gender, complex, diverse, and social relationship. The second pillar paid attention to the role of political, economic, cultural, and social also. And environmental correlation in shaping and gender relations. The last one is built on the concept of equality in inequality, not only by gender, but also by the concept of diversity in religion, age, and class. These pillars have opened the field for main dimensions studied in the tourism research area: gender tourist, gender host, and gender marketing, and gender tourism landscape also. By the 20s, this line of research has been developed through gender employee, gender and sex tourism, and gender and sustainability. According to one of the important researchers is Pritchard. At the framework of development trend for the relationship between gender and tourism, the international organization have significant influence in the current scholarly literature. The United Nations and World Tourism Organizations and also International Labour Organization play the primary role in enhancing awareness for gender equality in tourism sector through the three category documents. Firstly, the Agenda for Sustainable Development, the Global Report of Women in Tourism, and the International Perspective on Women and Work, Hotels, Catering, and Tourism, respectively. Women and Work in Hotels, Catering, and Tourism, and other important papers by International Labour Organization. This literature development trend refers to the interest in gender perspective in the tourism sector, not only from the researchers, but also from the international organizations, which motivated the need for comprehensive overview for dealing with the research fields. In various studies, we have been carried out, the role of women is not only as a wife, mother, and natural biological functions, appearing as women as a household managers, namely carrying out the routine and boring household tasks. Because of these functions, the time and energy that women give here are often forgotten, often seen as just an obligation, considered non-work, and have no economic value. If that role is replaced by another woman, it is clear that there is a monetary value in the work. The development of the tourism industry in some regions, especially we can possible to express undeveloped regions, has an impact on many workers in sector. However, these developments have not significantly contributed to the improving the welfare of income women working in the tourism sector. Several research by several experts state that the role of women in tourism dominates the informal role. What is the meaning of informal role? The informal role includes homestay services, food and beverage services, making souvenirs, opening stalls, selling hawkers, cooks, cleaning public places, and working in the hospitality sector. These women jobs are classified as low-skilled jobs and have lower salaries than men jobs. This condition is in line with the study of important another researcher is Rinaldi and Salerno. Women represent around 46% of the job in tourism sector around the worldwide. Although women still experience sectoral and occupational separation in the tourism industry. For example, women tend to occupy cooking, cleaning, and hospitality positions, and rather than in the high quality jobs and branch, and provide a high quality of work better than men. However, study explains that women will have a better chance of success with policies for women in tourism. This is considering that women do have comparative advantage in sector related to services, hotels, organizing events, and other similar activities. In fact, in more developed countries, women entrepreneurship and management in this sector are now becoming more frequent and successful than men. The entire of women into the world of work causes changes in the labor market and social relations, because many jobs that were previously only done by men and now carried out by women. Some women jobs in tourism starting to increase, reports to some evidence women participation, especially when we talk about the ownership as entrepreneurial activities. It is dramatically in many countries increasing. From the position and role of women in the field of tourism has also mentioned some advantage that can be obtained by women in the future of its involvement of the tourism development. Among other things, in some contexts, there is a chance for women to develop and highly profitable jobs. The involvement of women in tourism starting to increase according to the development and also European Union. According to the studies, some positive and negative parts of women in tourism sector is possible. Firstly, in some contexts, there is a chance for women who would like to realize their dreams and motivations, and the existence opportunity to interact with other nations, especially women from other countries, so that they can increase their knowledge about the role of women in various contexts. The role of women in tourism aims to increase family income, and according to some studies, but in other studies, they play a role in making family decisions to do jobs that are following the role of women, while in the community, women do not have a role to make decisions. And also, there are still gaps in the decision of labor-based gender notes and women work. Although it goes beyond household work, it is invisible to society. Therefore, although some women work in the fields, in planting, in animal husbandry, in tourism, and in harvesting, the female workforce as a whole has not been recognized by the community also. The contribution of women in the economic development is quite large. 1 in 4 industrial employees and 4 out of 10 workers in agricultural and services are women. Women contributed 66% of services work, but only yes of 10% of his wage. Women are responsible for 50% of the world food production, but only control of 1% of existing material goods. Women enjoy less than men as it is contribution to the national production. The average hourly wage is lower than the men, and legal protection from them is lacking. The role of women is limited to low paid or unpaid work, and access to production sources is very small. And the role of women in tourism includes access and benefits also. And the literature review of articles relevant to the women in tourism shows that women occupy an informal role in tourism. Women have job positions with low wages. Women have also limitations in carrying out their roles due to the several obstacles. The role of women in tourism includes access, participation, control, and benefits, and many of it is possible to say. The role of women is more prominent in the field of decision-making in the family, but this role does not occur in the group decision-making also. Aspects of limiting the roles of women and men in tourism research include access, participation, control, benefits, and manifestations of gender justice. Thus, women empowerment will realize gender justice if it includes 4 aspects, namely aspects of access, participation, control, and receiving for the benefits. Yes, the literature review, according to we can conclude that women have job positions with low wages. They have some limitations on behalf of their family or their husband or their friends who are men. And the role of women in tourism includes some benefits or disadvantage, and the role of women is more prominent in the field of decision making in the family, but these not roles occur in the group decision making. Thanks for your attention. You can access, if you wish, on my email addresses or my social media connections.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your inspirational words. And first of all, I really apologize for not giving proper justice to your presentation properly. But I'm sure we will get to hear from you during our future endeavors. As you rightly said, women empowerment and the upliftment of women has been a point of major concern and discussion in the world. It is also an ongoing conflict between the whole male-female dynamic. But it is because of pioneered organizations like United Nations who make constructive efforts to spread awareness about these sensitive issues. Through such widened approach and work, which is of grassroots level, we will surely investigate, analyze, resolve, and issues such regarding the safety, security, and protection and empowerment of women. So thank you, ma'am, for being an inspiration to women here. I would now request Mukul to kindly introduce the next speaker for the day, which is Professor Dr. Devendra Vishwakarma, sir. Thank you.
Proceeding further, we will be listening to the Director of SRF Research Foundation and the Editor of National and International Research Journal, namely Professor Dr. D. Vishwakarma. Besides the Secretary for Social Science and Management Welfare Association, he is the President of Youth Economic Association and the European Commission member of Indian Economic Association and in charge at Madhya Pradesh. So now I would like Dr. Vishwakarma to take the helm of the conference in the direction of the concept of research and publication.
Thank you, Mukul. मेरी आवाज आ रही है?
Yes, sir, you are.
sir.
Okay, thank you and thank you very much to all. हम ये 3 days इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन टेक्निक्स ऑफ रिसर्च कर रहे हैं और बहुत से शोध छात्र भी हमारे बीच में हैं, बहुत से प्रोफेसर्स भी हैं और मैंने अभी जो सुना बहुत ही अच्छी बातें रिसर्च के बीच में हमारे बीच में आई हैं. सो वंस अगेन थैंक्स टू ऑल. व्हाट इज रिसर्च? रिसर्च की जब हम बात करते हैं तो पहला क्वेश्चन होता है व्हाट इज रिसर्च. रिसर्च को हम बहुत हार्ड में मत लें, क्योंकि जब भी हम रिसर्च की बात करते हैं, जब भी हम पीएचडी की बात करते हैं, जब भी हम रिसर्च टेक्निक्स की बात करते हैं तो लोग घबरा जाते हैं कि रिसर्च क्या है, हम कैसे करेंगे, कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे. एक नॉर्मली चीज, व्हाट इज सिंपली वी कैन से रिसर्च, रिसर्च एंड रिसर्च. किसी भी चीज को बार बार सर्च करना, बार बार सर्च करना, उससे जो आउटपुट आएगा वही रिसर्च है. रिसर्च को आपको घबराने की आवश्यकता नहीं है. उस रिसर्च के लिए हमें कुछ टूल्स की आवश्यकता होती है, उस टूल्स के कारण वो रिसर्च इजी हो जाती है. तो रिसर्च ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ एजुकेशन, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ नॉलेज, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस हम रिसर्च करते हैं. वी कैन सी डॉक्टर, डॉक्टर क्या करता है, आपको देखता है, आपको अपने पास बैठाता है, कुछ टेस्ट करता है. वो आपका हाथ चेक करता है, वो आपका बीपी चेक करता है, वो आपका फीवर चेक करता है और इसके बाद वो कुछ ब्लड रिपोर्ट्स बोलता है आपसे करने लाने के लिए और उन सब बेसिस के आधार पर वो ये बता पाता है कि आपको एक्चुअल में हुआ क्या है. और वो जो होता है, फॉर एग्जांपल आपको फीवर है तो ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट डाटा उसने उसके जो एक्सपीरियंस के आधार पर, उसके एजुकेशन के आधार पर, उसके नॉलेज के आधार पर और कुछ डाटा के आधार पर, उसने कुछ डाटा अपने आंखों से देखा, आपकी स्थिति को देखा, कुछ रिपोर्ट्स देखा और इन द लास्ट वो इस निर्णय पे पहुंचा कि हाँ जी आपको एक मलेरिया फीवर है और उस मलेरिया फीवर की उसने दवाई दी। तो जब भी हम कोई भी रिसर्च करते हैं तो सिंपली किसी चीज को बार बार करना, उस बार बार करने से हमको एक एक्सपीरियंस और एक नॉलेज प्रोवाइड होता है। इसलिए रिसर्च जब भी हम करें तो हम परेशान ना हो। रिसर्च हम ऐसे टेक्निक से करें, क्योंकि रिसर्च हम किसके लिए कर रहे हैं हमको इस बात को देखने की आवश्यकता है। इसलिए सिंपल टेक्निक का हम रिसर्च में उपयोग करें, आपके रिसर्च से दूसरों को फायदा हो सके। रिसर्च आपके लिए है, रिसर्च समाज के लिए है, रिसर्च देश के लिए है। इसलिए ऐसी टेक्निक का उपयोग हमको रिसर्च में करना चाहिए जिससे सबका सहयोग हो सके, सबको उसको लाभ हो सके। मैंने अभी एक आपको डॉक्टर का एग्जाम्पल दिया था। तो सिंपली किसी चीज को बार बार करने से आपका एक्सपीरियंस और आपका नॉलेज बढ़ेगा और उस बेस पे जो आउटपुट आएगा वही आपकी रिसर्च है। अब यहाँ पर हम सब एकेडमिक के लोग हैं, हम एक तो प्रोफेसर्स हैं, दूसरा हमारे स्कॉलर्स हैं। स्कॉलर्स मैक्सिमम पीएचडी कर रहे होते हैं। तो जो उनके यूजीसी के जो कुछ गाइडलाइंस है और पीएचडी के लिए आपको क्या करना है, कैसे करना है, वो मैं यहाँ बताना चाहूंगा। देखिए, यूजीसी ने जो पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए गाइड लाई है, सबसे पहले तो स्टूडेंट्स का एक एंट्रेंस एग्जाम होता है। कोई भी यूनिवर्सिटी स्टूडेंट्स का एंट्रेंस एग्जाम लेती है, वो आपकी रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी के आधार पे एग्जाम लेती है। उस एग्जाम में जो मेरिट बेस पे आते हैं, उस मेरिट बेस पे बच्चे चयन होते हैं। अब मेरिट बेस कैसे बनती है? जिसके मैक्सिमम मार्क्स होते हैं वो देखते हैं। और अब रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट कौन सा हो सकता है? तो केवल वही कोई स्कूल, आपके कॉलेजेस नहीं हो सकते हैं, केवल यूनिवर्सिटी हो सकती है। और यूनिवर्सिटी में ही आपके जो गाइड होंगे वहां के वो प्रोफेसर्स होंगे। प्रोफेसर्स किसी और यूनिवर्सिटी के नहीं होंगे, उसी यूनिवर्सिटी के प्रोफेसर उनको होना अनिवार्य, वही आपके गाइड हो सकते हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो बच्चे का एक एंट्रेंस टेस्ट होगा, उसको फॉर्म भरना पड़ेगा विश्वविद्यालय में। एंट्रेंस टेस्ट होगा, एंट्रेंस टेस्ट के बाद आपका एक कोर्स वर्क होगा जो 6 मंथ का होता है। उस कोर्स वर्क में आप ये सीखते हैं कि हमको रिसर्च कैसे करना है, रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी क्या है। अलग अलग फील्ड में हिस्ट्री की अलग रिसर्च होती है, साइंस फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री की अलग रिसर्च होती है, सोशल साइंस की अलग रिसर्च होती है। ये सब आपको टेक्निक्स बताई जाती हैं। आफ्टर 6 मंथ्स कोर्स वर्क आपको एक एंट्रेंस एग्जाम फिर से लिया जाता है, जो रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी पे होता है, जो रिव्यू आपको कुछ रिव्यू करके जमा करना पड़ता है। यहाँ रिव्यू 2 प्रकार के होते हैं। एक रिव्यू ISBN का होता है, इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ बुक नंबर। तो ISBN बुक होती है। कई विश्वविद्यालय में मैंने देखा है कि 5 बुक के आपको रिव्यू लाने पड़ते हैं। और कई विश्वविद्यालय में जर्नल, शोध जर्नल रिसर्च जो होता है, इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ सीरियल नंबर्स के जो जर्नल्स होते हैं उसके आपको 5 रिव्यू करके जमा करना पड़ता है। व्हाट इज रिव्यू? सिंपल, मैं एक एग्जांपल आपको देता हूं। जैसे आप सबने रामायण देखी होगी और मैं आपसे बोलूं कि रामायण का व्हाट इज द रिव्यू ऑफ दैट रामायण, तो बहुत बड़ी रामायण है, लेकिन आपको 2 या 3 पेजेस में उसका रिव्यू लिखना है। तो सिंपल आप मेन पॉइंट्स उसके लिखेंगे। जैसे भगवान राम का जन्म कहाँ हुआ, अयोध्या जी में हुआ, किस कारण उनको वनवास जाना पड़ा, किस कारण उनको रावण को मारना पड़ा। इन द लास्ट क्या था? असत्य पर सत्य की जीत का प्रतीक था। और किस तरह उन्होंने बैकवर्ड सोसाइटी को, लोगों को लेकर अपने साथ एक अच्छा मैनेजमेंट, जो प्रबंधन का काम किया, सबको लेकर गए और उन्होंने उस रावण का अंत किया। और इन द लास्ट की उससे आपको क्या टीचिंग मिली, क्या आपने सीखा, वो आपको बताना पड़ेगा। तो ये जो उसका एक रिव्यू होता है 2 या 3 पेजेस में, तो उस पूरी स्टोरी का, पूरे रिसर्च पेपर का आपका रिव्यू 2 या 3 पेजेस में आपको करना पड़ेगा। सॉरी, कभी भी हम रिव्यू करते हैं तो हमको इस बात का विशेष ध्यान रखना पड़ता है कि सबसे पहले हम किस चीज का रिव्यू कर रहे हैं, किस जर्नल का रिव्यू कर रहे हैं, किस ISBN का रिव्यू कर रहे हैं, वो किस ईयर की है, उसका ISBN नंबर क्या है, उसका ISSN नंबर क्या है, वो रिसर्च पेपर किसने लिखा है, वो बुक किसने लिखी है, कौन सा पब्लिकेशन है, ये सब हमको उस रिव्यू में लिखना पड़ता है। तो ये हम जब वहां पे देंगे, उसके भी मार्क्स होते हैं। सॉरी, उसके बाद एक फाइनल वाइवा आपका होता है। उसमें आपके जो VC होते हैं, VC रहते हैं, आपके डीन फैकल्टी रहते हैं, और जो आपका टॉपिक होता है, टॉपिक आप चूज करते हैं। टॉपिक चूज कर रहे हैं बहुत बड़ी बात है, क्योंकि जो भी स्टूडेंट्स PhD करते हैं उन्हें ये नहीं पता होता है कि हम PhD क्यों कर रहे हैं, किस लिए कर रहे हैं। इसलिए वो टॉपिक के बारे में गाइड से ही मैक्सिमम बात करते हैं या HOD से बात करते हैं, सर आप ही कुछ टॉपिक बता दीजिए, ये ठीक नहीं रहता है। PhD चूज करना बहुत बड़ी बात है। अगर आपने पीएचडी का टाइटल एक अच्छा चूज कर लिया तो ये मान लीजिए आपकी थीसिस, आपका रिसर्च बहुत अच्छा हो गया। और टाइटल चूज करते समय इस बात का ध्यान हमको रखना चाहिए कि लेटेस्ट होना चाहिए, वो रिसर्च आपकी लेटेस्ट होना चाहिए, बैक नहीं होना चाहिए, पुरानी नहीं होना चाहिए। और आपके थीसिस के टाइटल में स्पष्ट रूप से रिसर्च दिखनी चाहिए, है ना। जो लेटेस्ट टाइटल होते हैं, सरकार की लेटेस्ट योजना होती है, एग्रीकल्चर के कुछ होते हैं, जैसे अभी मनरेगा चल रहा है, लेकिन आप मनरेगा में 2015-16 लेंगे तो वो ठीक नहीं है। आपके थीसिस में प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी डाटा बोथ का होना बहुत जरूरी है। केवल आपकी थीसिस सेकेंडरी डाटा पे नहीं होना चाहिए, ना ही प्राइमरी पे होना चाहिए। जब आप थीसिस में दोनों डाटा लाएंगे तो वो एक अच्छी थीसिस मानी जाती है। तो इस प्रकार जब आप टाइटल अपना फाइनल करेंगे, स्नॉप्सिस बनाएंगे और स्नॉप्सिस जमा करेंगे, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट आपका इंटरव्यू होगा। और इंटरव्यू में आपका टाइटल सिलेक्ट होता है कि नहीं होता है, ये डिस्कशन वो टीम करती है। यहाँ मैं एक चीज आपको और बताना चाहता हूँ कि जो आपका टाइटल ऑफ थीसिस होगा, इसकी कैटेगरी में बताना चाहूंगा। सबसे पहले तो पीएचडी के लिए दो चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, एक है पैसा, दूसरा टाइम, मनी एंड टाइम। यू हैव टाइम, यू हैव मनी, ये आपको तय करना पड़ेगा। अगर आपके पास समय है तो बहुत अच्छी थीसिस कर सकते हैं, बहुत माइक्रो लेवल पे जा सकते हैं। अगर आपके पास पैसा है तो आप ज्यादा से ज्यादा डाटा सेलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, आप स्टेट लेवल पे जा सकते हैं, आप इंटरनेशनल लेवल के डाटा ला सकते हैं, आप बहुत अच्छी बुक्स खरीद सकते हैं, आप अपनी थीसिस को अच्छा टाइम दे सकते हैं। ये आपको तय करना पड़ेगा। अगर आपके पास टाइम भी नहीं है और पैसा भी नहीं है तो शॉर्ट एंड स्वीट थीसिस आप कैसे तैयार कर सकते हैं, इस बात की ओर आपको विशेष ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। तो कोई भी थीसिस के लिए टू इम्पोर्टेंट है, पहला तो एक टाइम होता है और दूसरा आपका होता है मनी। अगर आपके पास टाइम है तो आप अपने थीसिस के लिए, अपने रिसर्च के लिए टाइम दे सकते हैं। रिसर्च में पैसा भी बहुत लगता है, आप कहीं बाहर जाएंगे, रुकेंगे, डाटा कलेक्ट करेंगे, आपको वाहन की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी, होटल की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी रुकने के लिए, आपको इंटीरियर में जाना पड़ेगा, आपको रूरल एरिया में जाना पड़ेगा। तो इसलिए दो बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है। आपका जैसे यहाँ सिलेक्शन, आपका टाइटल हो जाता है। टाइटल में एक चीज हमेशा याद रखिए कि आपका प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी डाटा बहुत दिखना चाहिए और उससे ऐसा लगना चाहिए कि हाँ आप रिसर्च कर रहे हैं, है ना, अध्ययन कर रहे हैं कोई चीज का। कहीं भी क्वेश्चन मार्क नहीं होना चाहिए। फॉर एग्जांपल, आई एम द स्टूडेंट ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, तो आपके थीसिस में इकोनॉमिक्स दिखना चाहिए। अगर आप हिस्ट्री के हैं तो हिस्ट्री दिखना चाहिए ना। जैसे मैंने बोला मनरेगा का आर्थिक और सामाजिक अध्ययन, है ना, ठीक है, मनरेगा के इतिहास का अध्ययन। ऐसा नहीं कि मनरेगा में इतिहास नहीं आ सकता है, मनरेगा में इतिहास भी आ सकता है कि मनरेगा की योजना कैसे बनी, कब बनी, किस परिस्थिति में बनी और उनके पुराने डाटा क्या है, ये भी आप कर सकते हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, इलाहाबाद में एक संस्कृत का विश्वविद्यालय, संस्कृत का एक बहुत बड़ा इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस हुआ। और जैसे कि मैंने बताया कि मैं इकोनॉमिक्स का स्टूडेंट हूँ और मैंने भी इसमें पार्टिसिपेट किया, तो कई लोगों ने बोला कि ये तो संस्कृत का कॉन्फ्रेंस है, आप इसमें कैसे पार्टिसिपेट कर रहे हैं। तो जो मेरा टाइटल था, महाभारत काल में अर्थ की भूमिका, महाभारत काल में अर्थ की भूमिका। अब आप देखिए कि मैंने यहाँ महाभारत की बात की है, तो महाभारत यानी संस्कृत हो गई, और जब अर्थ की भूमिका की बात की तो मैंने उसमें इकोनॉमिक्स ला दिया। तो आपके टाइटल में ये दिख रहा है कि नहीं दिख रहा है। अगर आप हिस्ट्री कर रहे हैं तो इतिहास उसमें आया है कि नहीं, अगर मैं इकोनॉमिक्स हूँ तो इकोनॉमिक्स आया है कि नहीं। इस बात को आपके टाइटल से ही स्पष्ट हो जाना चाहिए कि हाँ आपने उसी सब्जेक्ट पे अपनी थीसिस को लिखा हुआ है। तो जैसे मैंने बताया कि आपका टाइटल बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होना चाहिए। आप प्रेफरेंस कहाँ का ले रहे हैं, आप स्टेट लेवल का कर रहे हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल का कर रहे हैं या इंडिया लेवल का कर रहे हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, हमने ये कह दिया कि मैं भारत में मनरेगा की स्थिति का अध्ययन। अब जब आप भारत में मनरेगा की स्थिति का अध्ययन अपने रिसर्च में करेंगे तो आपको पूरे भारत में भारत के डाटा, प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी डाटा भारत के लाने पड़ेंगे। अगर आप ये करते हैं कि मध्य प्रदेश में मनरेगा की स्थिति का अध्ययन, तो आपको मध्य प्रदेश का अध्ययन करना पड़ेगा। अगर आप करते हैं कि भोपाल में मनरेगा की स्थिति का अध्ययन, तो आपको भोपाल में करना पड़ेगा। और आप करते हैं किसी भोपाल के जनपद पंचायत में मनरेगा स्थिति का अध्ययन, तो आपको जनपद में करना पड़ेगा, तहसील में। अगर आप कोई ग्राम पंचायत में करते हैं तो आपको ग्राम पंचायत में ही करना पड़ेगा। लेकिन आप पीएचडी की थीसिस कर रहे हैं, कोई छोटा प्रोजेक्ट नहीं बना रहे हैं, इसलिए आप ध्यान रखिएगा कि आपको कम से कम डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल लेना चाहिए। और जब आप डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल का लेंगे तो कम से कम एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मीन्स 100 ग्राम पंचायत मान लीजिए, तो उस 100 ग्राम पंचायत के 25% पंचायत को आपको लेना बहुत जरूरी है। अगर उस जिले में आपकी 6 जनपद पंचायत या तहसील है तो कम से कम सभी तहसीलों में आप 10-10 ग्राम पंचायत ले सकते हैं। माइक्रो और मैक्रो दोनों को आपको ध्यान रखने की आवश्यकता है। आप कुछ चीज में माइक्रो लेवल तक जाइए और मैक्रो भी डाटा बहुत जरूरी, इस बात का आपको विशेष ध्यान रखने की आवश्यकता है। ऐसा ना करें कि आपकी बहुत ही कम डाटा आप अपने थीसिस में लेके आए, क्योंकि रिसर्च में आप जितना ज्यादा डाटा लाएंगे उतनी अच्छी एक्यूरेसी आपकी थीसिस में आएगी। तो जैसा मैंने आपको बताया कि रिसर्च में आपकी जो आप पीएचडी करें, आप डीलिट करें, तो आपकी जो टाइटल होना चाहिए वो बिल्कुल एक्यूरेट होना चाहिए, उसमें रिसर्च स्पष्ट दिखना चाहिए। किस स्टेट का ले रहे हैं, डिस्ट्रिक्ट का ले रहे हैं, बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होना चाहिए। ईयर बहुत स्पष्ट होना चाहिए। अब ईयर में आपको यहाँ दो चीज को क्लियर करा, अगर व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट हिस्ट्री, तो हिस्ट्री में आप 1950, 1960, 1970 की बात कर सकते हैं, बट व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट इन इकोनॉमिक्स और इन सोशियोलॉजी, तो यू कैन नॉट टॉक अबाउट 50, 60। लेटेस्ट आपको डाटा की आवश्यकता पड़ेगी। तो हिस्ट्री वगैरह में आप देखिए तो आप बैक जा सकते हैं, सेकेंडरी डाटा का उपयोग कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इकोनॉमिक्स हुआ या सोशियोलॉजी, इसमें आपको प्राइमरी डाटा ही करना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि जो भी थीसिस होती है वो प्राइमरी डाटा की बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट मानी जाती है। अब मैं यहाँ पे आता हूँ कि जो यूजीसी के 5 पॉइंट्स हैं, इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स हैं, अभी भी लोगों को क्लियर नहीं है कि हम जब पीएचडी करते हैं तो क्या रूल्स हैं यूजीसी के। सिंपल, पहला तो एंट्रेंस एग्जाम आपका होना चाहिए, 2 रिसर्च पेपर आपके रिफर्ड जर्नल में पब्लिश होना चाहिए, है ना। रिफर्ड जर्नल है, पीयर रिव्यूड जर्नल, यहाँ पे कहीं भी यूजीसी ने यूजीसी केयर जर्नल की बात नहीं की है। और आप सब एक काम और करिए, 18 जुलाई 2080 जो यूजीसी की गाइडलाइन है पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए या प्रोफेसर्स के लिए, असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर्स के लिए, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर्स के लिए, अभी भी 18 जुलाई 2080 की गाइडलाइन चल रही है। उसमें स्पष्ट रूप से ये निर्देश है। अभी भी कई स्टूडेंट्स को, कई प्रोफेसर्स को ये नहीं पता कि कौन सा रूल्स एंड गाइडलाइन चल रही है, इसलिए कहीं भी उसमें पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए यूजीसी केयर जर्नल की बात नहीं की गई है। रिफर्ड जर्नल आप ले सकते हैं, 2 कर सकते हैं। इसके बाद आपको 2 कॉन्फ्रेंस के सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए रहेंगे। यहाँ याद रखिएगा 2 कॉन्फ्रेंस के सर्टिफिकेट आप लोग ओल्ड सर्टिफिकेट ले आते हैं अपने, ओल्ड सर्टिफिकेट नहीं चाहिए। जो आपका रिसर्च का टाइटल है, जो आपका रिसर्च का टाइटल है उससे मिलता जुलता है टाइटल का पेपर प्रेजेंट आपने किया हो, पेपर प्रेजेंट, केवल अटेंड नहीं। यू कैन नॉट ओनली अटेंड, यू कैन प्रेजेंट योर पेपर इन दैट टाइटल। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, मनरेगा का भोपाल में अध्ययन, है ना, कि हमने मनरेगा की क्या स्थिति भोपाल में, तो उसका अध्ययन किया। एक आप ये बना सकते हैं, किसी एक ब्लॉक को लेकर बना सकते हैं, तो उससे मिलता जुलता आपके सब्जेक्ट होने चाहिए, उसके 2 सर्टिफिकेट होने चाहिए। और वो 2 सर्टिफिकेट और 2 रिसर्च पेपर आपकी पीएचडी के लिए इंपॉर्टेंट होगा, क्योंकि जो 5 पॉइंट्स अभी जो है पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, उसके लिए वो बहुत ही उपयोगी है। तो ये आप बिल्कुल स्पष्ट याद रखिएगा कि कहीं भी यूजीसी केयर जर्नल्स की पीएचडी स्टूडेंट्स के लिए बात नहीं की गई है। इंट्रेंस एग्जाम होना चाहिए। इंट्रेंस एग्जाम के बाद आपका 6 मंथ का कोर्स वर्क बहुत जरूरी है। कोर्स वर्क में आपको पास होना बहुत जरूरी है। पास होने का जो एक रिजल्ट, आपको एक सर्टिफिकेट भी मिलेगा, और आफ्टर पीएचडी के आपको एक 5 पॉइंट्स का सर्टिफिकेट भी मिलेगा। उस 5 पॉइंट्स के सर्टिफिकेट में आपको जब भी आप कहीं भी जॉब के लिए अप्लाई करेंगे तो 5 पॉइंट्स के भी सर्टिफिकेट आपको मांग की जाती है। अब यहाँ आप, मैं एक चीज आपको बताना चाहूंगा कि कभी भी हम जब थीसिस बनाते हैं तो थीसिस को आप शॉर्ट फॉर्म में भी बना सकते हैं, लॉन्ग फॉर्म में भी बना सकते हैं। सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट बात तो ये कि जो आपकी थीसिस होगी, जो उसकी रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी होगी, वो ऐसी होनी चाहिए कि उसको सब समझ सके। उसमें जो टूल्स और टेक्निक्स हो इतने हार्ड नहीं होने चाहिए, इतने हार्ड थ्योरम नहीं होना चाहिए कि एक आम व्यक्ति, देखिए रिसर्च में करने वाले प्रोफेसर ये तो समझ जाएंगे। फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आपने एग्रीकल्चर के प्रोडक्शन के बारे में कोई रिसर्च किया कि 2019 और 20 में प्रोडक्शन कम क्यों हुआ, ठीक है, और इसमें आप बहुत हार्ड टूल्स और टेक्निक्स लगा देंगे, जो डाटा कलेक्शन का लगा देंगे, कि आम कृषक, एक कृषक भी आपके थीसिस को नहीं समझ पाएगा, तो उसकी कोई वैल्यू नहीं होगी। इसलिए आपके जो टूल्स होना चाहिए बिल्कुल इजीली होना चाहिए, परसेंटेज मेथड होना चाहिए, कि फॉर एग्जांपल कि हमने देखा कि 100 में से 50 लोगों ने ये वाली खाद का उपयोग किया, इसलिए उनकी फसल केमिकल खाद के कारण नहीं, और इतने लोगों ने ये वाली इसका उपयोग किया, इसके कारण ये एक इम्पैक्ट था, जिसके कारण प्रोडक्शन इंक्रीज और डिक्रीज हुआ। मैंने एक एग्जाम्पल दिया है। तो आपकी थीसिस में बिल्कुल ये स्पष्ट होना चाहिए, इजी कोई व्यक्ति समझ सके कि इन्होंने क्या काम किया है, उसका आउटपुट क्या आया है। अब जो हम कभी भी कोई भी स्टूडेंट थीसिस बनाता है तो टाइम मैनेजमेंट उसमें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। मैक्सिमम स्कॉलर्स पीएचडी करने में फेल इसलिए हो जाते हैं कि वो टाइम मैनेजमेंट पे काम नहीं कर पाते हैं। वो सोचते हैं, जैसे हम सब जानते हैं कि पीएचडी के लिए 3 इयर्स है और डीलिट के लिए 2 इयर्स है, तो अभी तो 3 इयर्स है, टाइम है, 6 मंथ है, हुआ है, अभी 1 ईयर हुआ है, 2 ईयर हुआ है, कर लूंगा, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए। पहले ही से हमको उसकी तैयारी करके रखनी चाहिए। और तैयारी कैसे करेंगे, मैंने पहले ही आपको बताया, एक तो एजुकेशन आपका अच्छा होना चाहिए, एक्सपीरियंस अच्छा होना चाहिए, आपकी लर्निंग अच्छी होनी चाहिए। जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल जब हम ग्रेजुएशन में थे या मास्टर लेवल पे थे, तो हम किसी भी चीज को जितना रिवाइज करते थे उतना वो चीज क्लियर होता था। फॉर एग्जाम्पल कोई क्वेश्चन आंसर हम एक बार पढ़ेंगे तो ब्रेन में उतने क्लियर से नहीं रख लेंगे, उसको 2 बार पढ़ेंगे, 3 बार पढ़ेंगे, 4 बार पढ़ेंगे, 5 बार पढ़ेंगे, जितनी बार उसका हम स्टडी करेंगे उतना वो क्लियर होगा। तो रिसर्च भी ऐसी ही है, जितना आप रिसर्च करेंगे, जितना आप उसको चेक करेंगे, जितना उसको आप समझेंगे, वो आपके दिमाग में क्लियर होता जाएगा। इसलिए जैसे ही आपका वाइवा होता है, जैसे ही आपको टाइटल और गाइड मिल जाते हैं, तो तुरंत आप अपनी रिसर्च स्टार्ट करिएगा, आप फाइलिंग करिएगा। अगर 5 चैप्टर आपने बनाए तो 5 फाइल बनाइएगा, प्रत्येक कलेक्शन ऑफ डाटा, है ना। पहले कलेक्शन, एक चीज बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, ये नहीं कि हमको डाटा नहीं मिल पा रहा, हम क्या करें, कैसे करें। पहले जितना आपको डाटा मिलता है, जितना आपको रिव्यू मिलता है, जितना आपको इंट्रोडक्शन का डाटा मिलता है, वो सब आप कलेक्ट करते जाइए। जब जितना आप ज्यादा कलेक्ट करेंगे उतना ही आपके सिलेक्शन में आसानी होगी। फॉर एग्जाम्पल एक अच्छी थीसिस होती है जो 150 पेज से लेकर 300 पेजेस की होती है, लेकिन इस 300 पेजेस को लाने के लिए कम से कम आपके 1000 पेजेस का मटेरियल होना चाहिए। और जो मटेरियल आपके पास ज्यादा होगा तो उसको जितना अच्छा आप सिलेक्शन करेंगे, रिव्यू करेंगे, रिसर्च करेंगे, बार बार उसको अध्ययन करेंगे, बार बार उसको समझेंगे, तो जो लास्ट में जो आपका आउटपुट आएगा वो आपका बहुत अच्छा आएगा। इसीलिए आप ध्यान दीजिएगा कि डाटा आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा होना चाहिए, रिव्यू आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा होना चाहिए, मटेरियल आपके पास बहुत ज्यादा होना चाहिए। आप बहुत सी बुक्सों का अध्ययन करें, बहुत से जर्नल्स का अध्ययन करें। कम से कम अपनी थीसिस स्टार्ट के पहले आप कम से कम अपनी थीसिस से रिलेटेड जो आपका टाइटल उससे रिलेटेड 10 से 20 थीसिस का अध्ययन करें। और जब आप ये स्टडी करेंगे, जब आप रिव्यू करेंगे, तो आपके लिए बहुत ईजी होगा अपनी रिसर्च को करने में। इसलिए जितना आप स्टडी, इसलिए मैंने पहले ही आपको बोला है कि एजुकेशन, एक्सपीरियंस और नॉलेज, जितना आप ये 3 चीज को बढ़ाएंगे उतना ही आपकी रिसर्च में बहुत अच्छा होगा और बहुत अच्छे डाटा आपके निकल के आएंगे। इसलिए आप ISBN बुक का स्टडी करिएगा। एक चीज आप याद रखिए कि स्टडी जिस चीज का भी करे उसका एक प्रूफ होना चाहिए। ऐसे चीज का मत करिएगा जिसका कोई प्रूफ ना हो। जैसे ISBN है तो आपके पास ISBN नंबर होगा, जर्नल होगा तो उसका जर्नल का नंबर होगा, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होता है। और रिसर्च में जब आप थीसिस बनाते हैं तो मिनिमम 5 चैप्टर्स आपको होना चाहिए। जैसे हम सब जानते हैं तो पहला चैप्टर होता है इंट्रोडक्शन का पार्ट होता है। अब इंट्रोडक्शन में आप ये याद रखिएगा कि जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि आपने स्टेट लेवल की है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल की है, नेशनल लेवल की है, उस नेशनल लेवल माइक्रो से मैक्रो की तरफ आपको आना पड़ेगा, या मैक्रो से माइक्रो या माइक्रो से मैक्रो, ये आपको डिसाइड करना है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर हम मनरेगा की बात करते हैं तो सबसे पहले इंडिया में मनरेगा की क्या स्थिति है, ये कब आया, इसकी क्या डेट है, फिर मध्य प्रदेश में मनरेगा की क्या स्थिति है, फिर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में मनरेगा की क्या स्थिति है। तो मैक्रो से आपने माइक्रो की तरफ आया और लास्ट में आपको ग्राम पंचायत तक की आप आना पड़ेगा। तो आपके इंट्रोडक्शन में स्पष्ट हो जाना चाहिए, आपके थीसिस का टाइटल स्पष्ट हो जाना चाहिए। फॉर एग्जाम्पल आपने लिया कि मनरेगा में रोजगार एवं परिसंपत्ति का अध्ययन, मीन्स एसेट्स, एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एसेट्स का अध्ययन। अब यहाँ देखिए मनरेगा इज 1, एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज सेकंड एंड एसेट्स इज थर्ड। तो 3 चीज में आपका हो गया। जब भी आप चैप्टर बनाएंगे तो मनरेगा का आपका एक चैप्टर बनेगा, आप मनरेगा के बारे में पूरा इंट्रोडक्शन आप लिखेंगे, दूसरा एम्प्लॉयमेंट के बारे में आप एक चैप्टर बनाएंगे और तीसरा एसेट्स के बारे में एक चैप्टर बनाएंगे। ये 3 चैप्टर अलग होने चाहिए। तो जैसा पहला इंट्रोडक्शन हो गया, ये 3 चैप्टर हो गए। रिव्यू, अब रिव्यू क्यों होता है ये आप याद रखिएगा। देखिए आपने जो टाइटल लिया है उस टाइटल के आधार पे आपने जितना रिसर्च इससे पहले हो चुका है, उस रिसर्च को स्टडी करने के लिए उन्होंने क्या किया, उसका एक शॉर्ट फॉर्म करने के लिए रिव्यू मैक्सिमम 10% का होता है। अगर कोई रिसर्च पेपर 10 पेज का है तो उसका आपको 1 पेज में उसका रिव्यू करना पड़ेगा। जितना ज्यादा आप रिव्यू करेंगे, रिव्यू करने से क्या होता है कि हमारा ये भी क्लियर हो जाता है कि हम थीसिस में क्या करना चाहते हैं। तो जितना ज्यादा आप रिव्यू करेंगे, जितना ज्यादा आप थीसिस का स्टडी करेंगे, जितना आप ISBN बुक की स्टडी करेंगे, उतना आपका नॉलेज गेन होगा, उतना आपके लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा। इसलिए मैक्सिमम 50 to 100 रिव्यू आपको करने की आवश्यकता रहेगी। रिव्यू मैंने पहले ही आपको स्पष्ट कहा था कि किस चीज का आपने लिया है, जर्नल लिया है, ISBN बुक लिया है, उसका ईयर क्या है, वो किसके द्वारा लिखा गया है, किस ईयर में लिखा गया, ये पूरा स्पष्ट होना चाहिए। तो पहला इंट्रोडक्शन, इंट्रोडक्शन में आप याद रखिए कि क्या इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट्स है आपके, उसका अलग चैप्टर बनाइएगा। रिव्यू करिएगा इन द लास्ट ऑफ द रिव्यू कि आपके रिव्यू का पूरा निष्कर्ष क्या निकला है। और रिव्यू के बाद रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी, रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी में आप ये याद रखिए किस रिसर्च को आप ले रहे हैं, और अगर आप स्टेट लेवल ले रहे हैं तो स्टेट में कितने डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स हैं, उसकी पॉपुलेशन की क्या स्थिति है, रूरल पॉपुलेशन क्या है, अर्बन पॉपुलेशन क्या है, ST SC OBC की क्या स्थिति है, उस आपके जो थीसिस का इम्पैक्ट सबसे ज्यादा किसमें पड़ा हुआ है, ये आपको अध्ययन करने की आवश्यकता है। प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी डाटा, मैंने कई थीसिस ऐसी देखी वो प्राइमरी डाटा का बिल्कुल उपयोग नहीं करते हैं, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। देखिए कोई भी आप सेकेंडरी डाटा पे थीसिस करेंगे, लेकिन उस सेकेंडरी डाटा का इम्पैक्ट है कि नहीं है, ये आप कैसे देखेंगे।
सर, आई एम सो सॉरी टू इंटरप्ट, आपका म्यूट हो गया है।
ओके मैम, क्लियर है।
यस सर।
ठीक है, ओके। मैं इंट्रोडक्शन से आपको थीसिस के पॉइंट्स आपको फिर से बताता हूँ। जो हमारी थीसिस में जो पॉइंट्स होते हैं जिसके आधार पर हम थीसिस अपनी बनाते हैं, जिसको हम चैप्टराइजेशन कहते हैं। तो चैप्टराइजेशन में आप बिल्कुल एक चीज का स्पष्ट याद रखिए कि माइक्रो से मैक्रो की तरफ या मैक्रो से माइक्रो की तरफ, ये आपको ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल जैसे हमने लिखा कि मनरेगा के बारे हमने किया कि मनरेगा का भोपाल में क्या स्थिति है, उसका अध्ययन हमने किया, व्हाट इज द इम्पैक्ट ऑफ मनरेगा इन भोपाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट। तो जब हम भोपाल की बात करेंगे तो फर्स्ट इंट्रोडक्शन में भारत में व्हाट इज मनरेगा, पहला भारत में मनरेगा की स्थिति, मध्य प्रदेश में मनरेगा की स्थिति, भोपाल में मनरेगा की स्थिति। अगर इस टाइटल को हम चेंज करते हैं और हम ये लेते हैं कि द रोल ऑफ मनरेगा फॉर एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड एसेट्स क्रिएशन। अब यहाँ आप देखिए, एक मनरेगा, सेकंड इज एम्प्लॉयमेंट, थर्ड इज एसेट्स क्रिएशन। तो आपके थीसिस में मनरेगा एक चैप्टर होना चाहिए, एम्प्लॉयमेंट एक चैप्टर होना चाहिए और एसेट्स क्रिएशन एक चैप्टर होना चाहिए। 3 चैप्टर आपके होना चाहिए, प्लस इंट्रोडक्शन होना चाहिए। रिव्यू मैंने स्पष्ट आपको बताया, व्हाट इज द इंपॉर्टेंट ऑफ रिव्यू, टू लर्न, टू एक्सपीरियंस, टू गेन नॉलेज, इसके लिए रिव्यू होता है। थीसिस लिखने से पहले लोग सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये आती है कि वो अध्ययन नहीं करते, वो 5 से 6 10 थीसिस को पढ़ते नहीं है, समझते नहीं है, देखते नहीं है, रिसर्च पेपर को समझते नहीं है। अगर वो ऐसा करने लगे, अगर वो अपने सब्जेक्ट से जुड़े 5-6 थीसिस को पढ़ लेंगे, उसको समझ लेंगे, तो वो उनके थीसिस में, उनके रिसर्च में बहुत आसानी होगी। इस बात को आपको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा। इसलिए रिव्यू करने से हमको, रिव्यू जितना ज्यादा हम रिव्यू करेंगे उतना अच्छा हमारा नॉलेज बढ़ेगा, उतना अच्छा हमारा एक्सपीरियंस बढ़ेगा। रिव्यू आप ये ध्यान रखिएगा, जो आपका रिसर्च का टाइटल है उससे मिलते जुलते रिव्यू आपको करने चाहिए। रिव्यू केवल और केवल जर्नल्स के होने चाहिए, ISBN बुक के नहीं करने चाहिए, जर्नल्स के ही हमको रिव्यू करने चाहिए। आप थीसिस के भी रिव्यू कर सकते हैं, ये बहुत ही जरूरी होता है। ठीक है, जितने थीसिस का आप अध्ययन करेंगे, जितने रिव्यू करेंगे, रिव्यू में आप एक चीज बिल्कुल स्पष्ट लिखना पड़ेगा आपको कि आपने किस चीज से रिव्यू लिया, ईयर क्या है, वो रिसर्च पेपर किसने लिखा है और उसमें क्या लिखा है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल कोई भी रिसर्च पेपर 10 पेज का है तो आपको 10% मीन्स 1 पेज में अपना रिव्यू करना पड़ेगा, और उसका जो निष्कर्ष होता है, जो लास्ट में होता है, वो आपको उसमें लिखना पड़ेगा, है ना। स्टोरी फॉर्म में नहीं होना चाहिए, एक शॉर्ट फॉर्म में होना चाहिए, ये आपको ध्यान देना पड़ेगा। इन द लास्ट कि पूरे रिव्यू आपने 100 रिव्यू लिए, तो उस रिव्यू में आपका लास्ट निष्कर्ष क्या क्या आया, वो आपने क्या देखा। अब यहाँ पर रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी की बात करता हूं मैं। रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी आपकी इजी होनी चाहिए। रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी में आपका जैसे किस डिस्ट्रिक्ट का कर रहा है उसका पूरी जानकारी होनी चाहिए, कितनी पॉपुलेशन है वहाँ की, ST SC पॉपुलेशन क्या है, एरिया की स्थिति क्या है, ये आपको रूरल एरिया की स्थिति क्या है बिल्कुल आपको स्पष्ट करना चाहिए। डाटा कलेक्शन, आपने डाटा कलेक्शन का जो आपका फॉर्मेट बना है वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट होना चाहिए। प्राइमरी और सेकेंडरी डाटा होने चाहिए, केवल और ओनली प्राइमरी डाटा नहीं, ओनली सेकेंडरी डाटा नहीं, बोथ डाटा इज इम्पोर्टेंट। अगर आप सेकेंडरी डाटा पे करते हैं तो उसकी प्राइमरी पोजीशन क्या है ये आपको क्रॉस चेक करना पड़ेगा। अगर फॉर एग्जांपल आपने देखा कि उन्होंने दिया है 100%, बोला कि नहीं इस योजना का, इस प्रोग्राम का इम्प्लीमेंटेशन हुआ है ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट सेकेंडरी डाटा, लेकिन आप जब फील्ड में जाएंगे तो आप उसको चेक करेंगे। उन्होंने दिया फॉर एग्जांपल एक विलेज का नाम दिया कि रामपुर विलेज है, उस विलेज में 80% लोगों को हाउस मिला है पीएम आवास के तहत, ये आपने एक रिसर्च पेपर में सेकेंडरी डाटा के रूप में देखा। लेकिन जब वो डाटा लेके आप रामपुर जाएंगे और आप क्रॉस चेक करेंगे कि एक्चुअल में मिला है कि नहीं मिला है ना, तो सेकेंड डाटा आपका क्या होगा, जो आपके रिसर्च पेपर में था कि 80% को यहाँ पे पीएम आवास के तहत हाउस मिला है, लेकिन जब आपने फील्ड स्टडी की तो आपने देखा कि ओनली 50% को यहाँ पर पीएम आवास के तहत उनको हाउस मिला है, 50% को तो नहीं मिला। उनके जो हाउस थे उन्हीं को उन्होंने बता दिया कि हाँ ये हमने बनाया है। तो जब आप प्राइमरी डाटा लेंगे तो एक एक्यूरेसी आएगी आपकी, क्या एक्चुअल में फील्ड स्टडी क्या, फील्ड में सत्यता क्या है। तो इसलिए सेकेंडरी डाटा से हम सत्यता की पोजीशन नहीं जान पाते, इसलिए हमको प्राइमरी डाटा करने की आवश्यकता पड़ती है और प्राइमरी डाटा आपको लेने की आवश्यकता पड़ती है। ये जो हम रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी करेंगे, ये पूरी आपने जो फॉर्मेट बनाया होगा, वो जो फॉर्मेट से आप जो प्राइमरी डाटा लेते हैं ना, उस बेसिस पे होंगे, उस बेसिस पे आप ये पूरा बनाएंगे। अगर आपके 20 पॉइंट्स है, 20 पॉइंट्स है, अब फॉर एग्जांपल मैं आपको देता हूँ, आप किसी गांव में गए, वो पहला क्वेश्चन था, आपने वहां के लोगों से पूछा कि आपको मनरेगा की जानकारी है कि नहीं। दिस इज फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन एंड देन सेकेंड यू आस्क आपको मनरेगा योजना से कोई लाभ मिला है, ठीक, दिस इज योर क्वेश्चन। बट आपने ये क्वेश्चन किससे पूछा है, तो पहला आ जाएगा आपका डिस्ट्रिक्ट आ गया, फॉर एग्जांपल आप भोपाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट में गए, सेकंड आप भोपाल डिस्ट्रिक्ट के आप इस वाली जनपद या तहसील में गए, थर्ड इस ग्राम पंचायत में गए, फोर्थ इस गांव में गए, फिफ्थ उस गांव के हमने एक मेल से बात की, मेल का नाम रामदीन था, वो STSUP जर्नल था, उसकी एजुकेशन क्या थी, वो गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय है या उसका प्राइवेट बिजनेस है या वो एग्रीकल्चर की ओर है। ये आपको बेसिक डिटेल लिखना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि देखिए कोई भी डाटा एक एंगल से ठीक नहीं होता है। अगर हम पूरे अपने इसमें एग्रीकल्चर के लोगों से बात करेंगे ठीक नहीं है, हम गवर्नमेंट एम्प्लॉय से बात नहीं करेंगे, हम बिजनेसमैन से बात नहीं करेंगे, तो ऐसा नहीं, हमको सबको लेके चलना है, ठीक है। अगर आप केवल गवर्नमेंट के लोगों से बात करेंगे, पॉजिटिव आपको देंगे, है ना, इसलिए गवर्नमेंट से भी हमको बात करनी पड़ेगी, जो ग्राम पंचायत होंगे, जो सचिव होंगे, जो सरपंच होंगे, हमको वहां के लोगों से ही बात करनी पड़ेगी, हमको ST SC OBC से बात करनी पड़ेगी, जिनको स्कीम का लाभ नहीं मिला उनसे भी बात करनी पड़ेगी, और जिनको स्कीम का लाभ मिला है उनसे भी बात करनी पड़ेगी। तो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया कि उनका नाम क्या था, उनको मनरेगा की जानकारी है, अगर नहीं है तो क्यों नहीं है, उनको लाभ मिला है तो क्या लाभ मिला है, एक्चुअल में उनको लाभ मिला है कि नहीं मिला, अगर नहीं लाभ मिला तो क्यों नहीं लाभ मिला, क्या वो पात्रता में नहीं आते थे, वो रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन में नहीं आते थे। ये सब आपके बेसिक डाटा होंगे, ये 20-30 पेज का आपका एक बढ़िया एक फॉर्मेट होगा। ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट फॉर्मेट यू कैन कंपाइल, आप जो रिसर्च मेथोलॉजी आपकी होगी, फॉर एग्जांपल आपने भोपाल में 100 लोगों से बातचीत की, पहला क्वेश्चन आपका आएगा कि मनरेगा की लोगों को जानकारी थी कि नहीं थी, तो उन 100 लोगों में से आपके 60 लोगों ने बोला कि हाँ जानकारी थी, 20 ने बोला हमको जानकारी नहीं थी, 20 लोगों ने कोई जवाब नहीं दिया। आप देखिए ऐसा नहीं है कि हर कोई आपको पॉजिटिव और नेगेटिव में जवाब दे दे, कई लोग कुछ नहीं बोलते हैं, मुस्कुरा देते हैं, नहीं हमें कोई जानकारी नहीं है। तो आपको ये डाटा लिखना पड़ेगा कि हाँ देखिए 60 लोगों को जानकारी थी, 20 को नहीं थी, 20 ने कोई जानकारी नहीं। अब सेकंड हमने उनसे पूछा क्या आपको मनरेगा योजना का लाभ मिला है, तो 80% ने कह दिया नहीं मिला है, 20% ने कहा कि हमको मिला है। अब नहीं मिला है, क्यों नहीं मिला, अब हो सकता है वो झूठ बोल सकते हैं। तो जब व्हेन यू टॉक अबाउट द पंचायत, आप पंचायत से जब बात करेंगे तो वो आपको सही बताएंगे, नहीं देखिए सर इनको तो लाभ मिला है, ये मेरे पास इसका रिकॉर्ड है, चलिए फील्ड स्टडी करिए, देखिए इनको लाभ मिला है, झूठ बोल रहे हैं, तो ये क्रॉस चेक हो जाएगा, है ना। एक तो दूसरा अगर नहीं मिला है तो एक चीज ये भी सामने आएगी, जो पंचायत बॉडी है वहां की पंचायत की बॉडी सक्रिय नहीं है, वो नीचे तक उस योजना को नहीं ला रही है। तो फिर आप जो अपनी थीसिस की रिपोर्ट गवर्नमेंट को देंगे तो आप लिख सकते हैं कि जो मनरेगा का इम्पैक्ट इस गांव में इसलिए नहीं हुआ है कि वहां की जो बॉडी है, जो गवर्नमेंट बॉडी है, वो इंटरेस्ट नहीं ले रही है। तो ये एक आपका आउटपुट आएगा, ठीक है, कि हाँ सर जो प्रॉब्लम है मनरेगा में इम्प्लीमेंट क्यों नहीं हो रही है, तो इम्प्लीमेंट इसलिए नहीं हो रही है, लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट इसलिए नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो हमने 10 गांव का स्टडी की, प्राइमरी डेटा पे की, तो 10 में से 5 गांव में तो मिला है। क्यों? क्योंकि वहाँ की जो बॉडी है वो बॉडी बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही है, वहाँ के लोगों का अवेयरनेस है, लोग जानते हैं कि हाँ भाई मनरेगा योजना से हमको कुएं का काम होगा, तालाब का काम होगा, लेकिन 5 गांव में लोगों को पता ही नहीं है। तो जो आपका लास्ट में निष्कर्ष आएगा, एक तो आप समस्या लिखेंगे कि देखिए पहली समस्या की थी कि हमने 10 गांव का सर्वे किया, 10 गांव में ये आया कि 5 गांव में, जिस गांव में लोगों को जानकारी है, अवेयरनेस है, जिस गांव में गवर्नमेंट की बॉडी अच्छी, वहां पे उसका इम्पैक्ट अच्छा है, लोगों को रोजगार मिल रहा है और अच्छे काम हो रहे हैं। बट जिस गांव में लोगों को जानकारी नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट बॉडी सक्रिय नहीं है, वहां पे वो उसका इम्पैक्ट ठीक नहीं है। तो देखिए आपने ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ प्राइमरी डाटा आपको बिल्कुल स्पष्ट हो गया कि जहां पे लोगों को नॉलेज है, एक्सपीरियंस है, अवेयरनेस है, बॉडी अच्छी है गवर्नमेंट की, वहां पे काम हो रहा है। और जहां पे बॉडी अच्छी नहीं है, लोगों को नॉलेज एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है, वहां काम अच्छा नहीं हो रहा है। तो ये जो आपके थीसिस का आउटपुट आएगा तो आप ये सरकार को भेज सकते हैं। ये आपकी प्रॉब्लम आई। अब आप सॉल्यूशन क्या करेंगे कि हम ये लिखेंगे कि ये जो 5 पंचायत में अच्छा काम हो रहा है, जो बाकी 5 पंचायत में आप एक कैंपेन लगा सकते हैं, लोगों को अवेयर कर सकते हैं, यहाँ की बॉडी को हम चेंज कर सकते हैं। यहाँ की जब हम बॉडी चेंज करेंगे तो एक इम्पैक्ट अच्छा आएगा। दिस इज द आउटपुट ऑफ योर रिसर्च। तो कभी भी रिसर्च को हम बहुत हार्ड नहीं करना चाहिए। देखिए जब हम परसेंटेज की बात, व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट दैट 80% से यस आई नो व्हाट इज मनरेगा, तो 20% हमें नहीं पता है। तो ये जो डाटा होगा, एक कोई भी ग्रामीण अनपढ़ व्यक्ति को भी आप बताएंगे तो वो समझ जाएगा। लेकिन आप बहुत हार्ड टूल्स लगाएंगे, बहुत मैथमेटिक्स की बात करेंगे तो लोगों को समझ, ठीक है हमको इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे उस लेवल पे है तो ठीक है, लेकिन हम सोशल साइंस की जो हम रिसर्च पेपर बनाते हैं या जो हम थीसिस करते हैं उसमें एक शॉर्ट फॉर्म होना चाहिए। ये हमको ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता है क्योंकि मेरे पास समय कम है। इसके बाद मैं आपके पास 2 चीज के लिए आऊंगा, एक what is ISSN and what is ISBN, ठीक है। तो ISSN इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड ऑफ सीरियल नंबर, दिस इज द ISSN। ये एक जर्नल होता है, जर्नल में आपके रिसर्च पेपर छपते हैं। रिसर्च पेपर में आप याद रखिएगा कोई आपको स्टोरी नहीं करना है। कई लोग एक रिसर्च पेपर 25 पेजेस 50 पेजेस का करते, नहीं 10 पेजेस। आपका रिसर्च जो होती है एक शॉर्ट फॉर्म होता है, थीसिस नहीं लिखना है आपको। एक 10 पेजेस का, उसमें एक इंट्रोडक्शन हो, आप क्या करने वाले हैं, आपकी क्या प्रॉब्लम है, किस मेथोलॉजी से आप अपनी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करेंगे, और रेफरेंसेस आपको देने पड़ेंगे कि हाँ हमने अपनी स्टडी के लिए ये रेफरेंसेस लिए, ये रिव्यू किए। तो दिस इज द जर्नल। इस जर्नल का नाम है इंटरनेशनल जर्नल ऑफ सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट स्टडी। दिस इज पीयर रिव्यूड एंड रिफर्ड जर्नल, इंडेक्सिंग इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर 5.2। यहाँ एक चीज मैं आपको बताना चाहूंगा, व्हाट इज इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर। देखिए इम्पैक्ट फैक्टर उस जर्नल में जो पेपर्स आते हैं, उस पेपर्स को लोग जो पढ़ते हैं, है ना, जो प्राइमरी डाटा होता है। फॉर एग्जांपल मैं बताऊं आपको, अगर दैनिक भास्कर न्यूज़पेपर है और उस पेपर में कोई लेख आया, फॉर एग्जांपल मैं बताऊं कि भारत में जो कर्जा बढ़ रहा है धीरे धीरे, जो सरकार वर्ल्ड बैंक से, वर्ल्ड मॉनिटरिंग फंड से जो पैसा ले रही है और अपने स्कीम्स में लगा रही है, किसी ने एक लेख लिखा, उस लेख को लाखों लोगों ने पढ़ा, है ना, और वो बहुत प्रसारित हुआ, लोगों ने पढ़ा, तो वो इम्पैक्ट देखिए उसका कि लोगों तक गया, क्योंकि जो उसका टाइटल था ऐसा था कि लोगों से जुड़ा हुआ था कि अगर हम इसी तरह योजना, फ्री की योजना का उपयोग करेंगे और सरकार कर्ज में लेगी तो धीरे धीरे हमको टैक्स का बर्डन बढ़ेगा। तो ये जो एक इम्पैक्ट था। तो जो इंडेक्सिंग होता है, इंडेक्सिंग की केवल एक स्कोपस एजेंसी नहीं, स्कोपस व्हाट इज स्कोपस, एक ये प्राइवेट इंडस्ट्रीज है स्कोपस, उसके खुद के जर्नल्स हैं, वो एक बहुत बड़ी इंडस्ट्रीज है, करोड़ों में कमाती है वो, और वो फंडिंग करती है गवर्नमेंट को, इसलिए आप देखना प्रेशर आता है स्कोपस। वो एक प्राइवेट एजेंसी है ना, वो इंडेक्सिंग करती है जर्नल्स का, और रिसर्च पेपर भी वो प्रिंट करते हैं, उसके लाखों जर्नल्स हैं। तो इसी तरह इंडेक्सिंग की भी कई अलग अलग एजेंसियां होती हैं। आप अगर गूगल में सर्च करेंगे तो कई एजेंसी इंडेक्सिंग देती हैं आपके जर्नल्स को। इंडेक्सिंग जो होते हैं वो आपके जर्नल कितना पुराना है, आपके जर्नल में रिसर्च पेपर की क्या स्थिति है, आपका जर्नल कंटिन्यू निकलता है कि नहीं निकलता है। इस एक चीज और आप ध्यान है कि इस जर्नल का नाम है इंटरनेशनल जर्नल ऑफ सोशल साइंस एंड मैनेजमेंट स्टडी। अब इसका अर्थ हुआ कि सोशल साइंस और मैनेजमेंट के सभी पेपर इस जर्नल में पब्लिश हो सकते हैं। बट आप देखिए मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी जर्नल है, और मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी का अर्थ होता है कि नहीं इन सब्जेक्ट के अलावा भी बाकी पेपर भी उस जर्नल में पब्लिश हो सकते हैं। अगर कहीं भी मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी है मींस वो सभी पेपर छाप सकता है। जर्नल जो होता है ISSN होता है, इसका नंबर है 24544655। ये 8 डिजिट का नंबर होता है, नंबर्स होते हैं। ये बीच में आप देखिएगा पहले 4 होते हैं, बाद में 4 होते हैं। ये वॉल्यूम, व्हाट इज वॉल्यूम? वॉल्यूम मीन्स ईयर, है ना। जैसे वॉल्यूम 1 मीन्स वो 1 साल हुआ है। जैसे इसमें आप देखिए वॉल्यूम 7 है मीन्स इसको 7 साल हो गए हैं। नंबर 8 है ना। अभी नंबर कैसा आता है तो हम सब जानते हैं कि 1 ईयर में 12 मंथ होते हैं। अगर कोई मंथली जर्नल होगा तो 1 2 3 4 5 6 ले 12th होगा। जैसे वॉल्यूम 7 है मीन्स ये 7 मंथ का है, 7वें महीने का है। और नंबर 1 2 3 4 जैसे वॉल्यूम मैंने आपको बताया ईयर वाइज होता है। वॉल्यूम 7 मीन्स 7 साल का हो गया। वॉल्यूम 8 मीन्स 8वां महीना मीन्स ये अगस्त का हो गया। और ये सितंबर 2021 ये 2001 का या अगस्त 2022 का है। तो इसमें मंथ भी लिखा होता है। तो किसी भी जर्नल में आप देखिएगा उसके ऊपर नंबर उसका रहेगा, ISSN नंबर, वॉल्यूम रहेगा और उसका नंबर रहेगा और मंथ रहेगा। इस जर्नल में आप देखिए ऊपर लिखा पीयर रिव्यूड जर्नल फॉर MPhil PhD एंड अपॉइंटमेंट ऑफ टीचर यूनिवर्सिटी एंड कॉलेजेस। जो 2080 में रूल्स आए वो बिल्कुल स्पष्ट बोलता है पीयर रिव्यूड जर्नल इज वैलिड फॉर PhD स्टूडेंट्स, MPhil स्टूडेंट्स, DLIT स्टूडेंट एंड फॉर हायर एजुकेशन। इसलिए कहीं भी क्वेश्चन नहीं होना चाहिए। कई बार आप देखते हैं कि UGC केयर में बहुत ज्यादा इस समय पैसा लग रहा है इंडेक्सिंग और इस सब के कारण, लेकिन इसलिए गवर्नमेंट ने अब क्या किया है पीयर रिव्यू को इक्वल वेटेज दे दिया है UGC केयर के। जितने भी नोटिफिकेशन आप देखिएगा, जितने भी नोटिफिकेशन होते हैं, जितने विश्वविद्यालय निकाल रहा है वो सब आप देखिएगा उसमें स्पष्ट दिया है पूरे रूल्स एंड रेगुलेशन कि 5 पॉइंट्स की PhD होनी चाहिए, आपके रिसर्च पेपर पीयर रिव्यूड या UGC केयर होने चाहिए। यहाँ एक चीज और मैं बताना चाहूंगा कि जो असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर होता है उसको 5 रिसर्च पेपर की आवश्यकता होती है, 2 मार्क्स ईच होते हैं, ठीक है। और उसको 5 इयर्स का एक्सपीरियंस उसका काउंट होता है, 2 मार्क्स पर ईयर के एक्सपीरियंस में उसके होते हैं। साथ ही नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल अवार्ड होता है, 2 मार्क्स फॉर नेशनल एंड 3 मार्क्स फॉर इंटरनेशनल। एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर के लिए 8 इयर्स का एक्सपीरियंस होना चाहिए, 8 रिसर्च पेपर पब्लिश होना चाहिए मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेशन। और प्रोफेसर होता है उसके लिए 10 ईयर का एक्सपीरियंस होता है और 10 रिसर्च पेपर जर्नल में उसके होने चाहिए, मिनिमम क्वालिफिकेशन है। इसके बाद आप कॉन्फ्रेंस के सर्टिफिकेट ISBN बुक में भी आप अपने पेपर छपवा सकते हैं। अब यहाँ एक क्वेश्चन आता है कि जर्नल में पेपर छपवाने चाहिए कि ISBN बुक में छपवाने चाहिए। तो जो रिसर्च स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं DLIT या PhD वाले उनको जर्नल में पेपर छपवाने चाहिए, ठीक है, क्योंकि जो उनको जो नीड्स है 2 रिसर्च पेपर की वो जर्नल की है। लेकिन जो एसोसिएट्स होते हैं, प्रोफेसर होते हैं, जो प्रोफेसर होते हैं वो ISBN में भी छपवा सकते हैं, उसके अलग से नंबर मिलते हैं। लेकिन 8 रिसर्च पेपर एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर को चाहिए रहेंगे, 10 रिसर्च पेपर प्रोफेसर को चाहिए रहेंगे, ये उनका रूल्स है। इसके बाद भी जो उनके मार्क्स API जिसको हम कहते हैं उस API के लिए वो जैसे ये ISBN बुक है और ये ISBN बुक अपनी छपवा सकते हैं, वो अपने थीसिस को भी वो प्रिंट करवा सकते हैं। ये ISBN का नंबर देखिए 3 2 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 डिजिट का नंबर है। ये मैंने ऊपर लिखा हुआ है, ये नंबर इसमें है। ये पब्लिकेशन होता है। देखिए जर्नल जो होता है ISSN कंटिन्यू निकलता है मंथ 6 मंथ ईयर कंटिन्यू निकलता है, लेकिन जो ISBN होता है वो केवल एक बार ही निकलता है। उस नंबर का वैल्यू एक ही बार का होता है। अगर आप 10 बुक्स लिखा लेंगे तो आपको 10 बुक के लिए 10 नंबर की आवश्यकता होगी, ठीक है। तो आपका रिसर्च पेपर जितना ज्यादा लोग पढ़ेंगे, जितना ज्यादा उसको देखेंगे, उसको रेफरेंस में लगाएंगे, उसको रिव्यू में लगाएंगे, उतने ज्यादा आपके पेपर्स की वैल्यू बढ़ेगी और इम्पैक्ट बढ़ेगा आपका। तो ये कुछ बेसिक्स जानकारी मैंने आपको दी है, तो इसलिए आप बिल्कुल ध्यान रखिएगा, रिसर्च को लेकर परेशान मत होइएगा। अगर आप एक बार करने लगेंगे और जितना करने लगेंगे, एक समय ऐसा आएगा जब आप अपनी थीसिस क्लोज करेंगे तो आपको लगेगा अरे अभी तो मैं और कुछ कर सकता था, मैं इसमें आगे और काम कर सकता। क्यों? क्योंकि आपका एक्सपीरियंस और आपका नॉलेज इतना अच्छा हो जाता है, ऑन द बेसिस ऑफ दैट एक्सपीरियंस और नॉलेज आप उसमें और अच्छा करना चाहेंगे। जैसे मैंने एग्जाम्पल दिया था, जब हम स्टडी करते हैं तो एक बार उसको पढ़ते हैं तो कम स्पष्ट होता है, 2 3 4 बार पढ़ेंगे तो और अच्छा स्पष्ट होता है। रिसर्च इज दिस, research, research, research. There is no end of research. किसी भी चीज को आप जितना रिसर्च करेंगे वो बहुत ही अच्छा आपका रिसर्च होगा और बहुत बढ़िया आपका आउटपुट आएगा। रिसर्च के लिए आपका एजुकेशन, आपका नॉलेज, आपका एक्सपीरियंस अच्छा होना चाहिए। थैंक यू टू ऑल। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, sir, for explaining the practical stages of the entire research and publishing procedure. Not everyone is aware of what goes on behind bringing about a successful journal or book into the literary world. Publishing a book is like stuffing a note into a bottle and hurling it into the sea. Some bottles drown, some come safe to land when notes are read and possibly cherished, or else misinterpreted, or else understood all too well by those who hate the message. You never know who your readers might be. So, thank you, sir, for this very informative session. I now request Mukul to introduce the next speaker of the day, which is Dr. Virendra Shanbag, sir. Thank you.
Albert Einstein has rightly remarked that the formulation of a problem is often more essential than its solution, which may be merely a matter of mathematical or experimental skills. So, in order to make you understand the formulation of research topic, we have among us the advisory board member of Social Science and Management Welfare Association and principal of the New English PU College, Bhatkal, Karnataka, namely Dr. Virendra V. Shanbag, an eminent speaker and a great scholar and researcher, to grace the symposium with his wise words. Sir, I guess you are muted. Yeah.
Mukul?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible?
Yes, sir. Now you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you very much for introducing me.
Thank you.
My name is Virendra Shanbag and I am a principal of the New English PU College, Bhatkal, which is in the Uttar Kannada district, Karnataka. Mukul,
Yes, sir.
can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, sir. Actually, the if you are sharing your screen, that's not visible. It's just the video of yours.
Now?
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Okay. At the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Bharati Vidyapeeth New Law College, Pune, and Social Science and Management Welfare Association for organizing this 3 days international conference on techniques of research. Before me, Dr. Vishwakarma sir has shared everything, like whatever I wanted to do. But sir gave very informative session on complete research project, like how one will have to do it. I want to restrict my topic only to the formulation of the research topic. Now, when we do research, first thing what we do is, as Vishwakarma sir said, we go to university, we select one convenient university and qualify in the entrance test, and then start our coursework. And first thing what we do is we go and ask the guide that what can be my research topic. You please suggest one subject. Please suggest me a topic. So this is what even I did, which I feel we should not do. Before doing everything, like before joining coursework, we should know what is the topic we are going to do. Because research is ours, not our guides. That is my personal opinion. So this next 10-15 minutes, my presentation it is my experience, which I want to share to the research scholars and postgraduates. If the audience of this seminar are those who are already doing PhD, I will be boring to you people, because my focus is on postgraduates and who are looking for research. So my presentation is up only 15 minutes, and I'm completing within 7 to 8 slides. So first thing, what a person who want to do research will have to think is, point number 1, choosing a research subject. I have made 5 points here. Academically interesting. Generally, we ask small children, what is your favorite subject? And children say science is subject, science is my favorite subject, or maths is my favorite. Some say social is my favorite subject. So like that, here, before doing a research, researcher will have to think and ask himself, what is his favorite subject? Because if the favorite subject is marketing, or I am a commerce person, if my favorite subject is commerce, business studies, or if my favorite subject is marketing or finance or human resource management, whatever. So I will have to select that subject where I can do the justice and where I can study for a long, where I can do really search or search. So the topic, the subject should be academically interesting, then my research will be what? Second is career enhancing. My topic, whatever I select, should enhance my career. Why this point is, earlier there was a time only academicians used to do PhD, but now even corporates are doing PhD. My many friends, my many students who are there in corporates are doing PhD. For example, one person has completed his MBA in human resource management and he is a HR manager in any company. For his career enhancing, his PhD should help. So for him, instead of again doing PhD in HR, he can think of doing in psychology. So post-graduation in human resource management and psychology in PhD will really help him to enhance his career. So instead of going and asking to the guide that what is the subject I can think of, better we will have to see in which subject, if I do my PhD, I will be enhancing my career. Number 3, practicality. We will have to see that practically, is it possible to do PhD to me? For example, if I am thinking of, if I am more worried of Sri Lankan economic condition, economic crisis right now. So if I take it as my PhD subject, then is it possible for me to visit Sri Lanka, collect primary data, get the information about Sri Lanka? Or else, if I am worried about China, where because of banning of many apps and products in India, import from China, what is their financial condition? What is the economic condition of China now? So if I am planning to do that as my research subject, I will have to visit China frequently. Then is it possible, practically it is possible for me to do, that is to be thought. And lastly, contextually specific. If we, this is what Vishwakarma sir said very nicely, where if you take Manrega as India or Madhya Pradesh or one particular district, so contextually we will have to select a specific subject where we can do a research and we will be able to complete within a stipulated period. We cannot do research for 10 years, minimum 3 years, maximum 4 or 5th year. By 5th year, we should complete our PhD and we should have that tag with our name. So this is about choosing a research subject. My second point is asking questions. Once we decide that this is the topic which we are going to do, this is the subject where we are going to do PhD, then we will have to ask questions. Questions in the sense, like what is the area of my research? What are the objectives of my research? What can be methodology? What is sampling I'm going to select? How many questions I will have to frame in a questionnaire? How many respondents I will have to reach to? Am I doing interview or written questionnaire I am distributing? How many pages I will have in my thesis? How many chapters I will have in my thesis? So these are all the points which we will have to raise among ourselves. Then we will be able to look at the answers. Then only we will be able to search for the answers of such questions which we are raising in ourselves. Once we come out with these all questions, then we will start searching literature search. Actually, what happens when we start when we complete our coursework and then when we think of continuing our research further, then we think of searching, collecting information. But I feel that it should be done before the starting of PhD, before the starting of research journey. If we don't know anything about whatever is done so far about my subject, my topic, and if I'll go and sit in front of guide will be asking us some questions, and we will be as if we don't know anything. So you please do whatever, you please tell me whatever. We will be in such condition, which is not right, and which guide will not have good impression about us. So before we go and sit in front of guide first time, we should know a lot many things. That is the reason that I may have made a point number 3, what the researcher or postgraduates who are interested in research should know about literature. So here 3-4 questions which we will have to ask ourselves. How did I begin literature review? Vishwakarma sir has already told about all these things in a very befitting way. So my work is reduced here. What was I looking for? What were the challenges I faced? How did the literature review help me in my research? So these are the 4 points which we will have to remember and start reading. Start reading these old theses related to our subject. Start reading journals. Start reading magazines, books. Google will definitely help us. Google author component will definitely help us in collecting lots of information, in collecting lots of magazines, journals, research articles. So if we read and make a review, as 10% review sir mentioned, if you read 10 pages of an article, bring it to 1 page and see how the introduction part is, and very important is introduction and conclusion part. We will be bored of reading big research articles and papers. So here more focus to be given while reading introduction part and while reading the conclusion part, where we will have more idea about the researcher, what he want to tell in an entire session. So my point number 3 is literature search. Then the number 4 is finding a gap. When you read maximum research articles, you will come to know there is a gap. What is the gap? So that gap will make you feel that, yes, this is the area where I can do research. So this also Vishwakarma sir mentioned when he was telling about Manrega, when he was telling about Pradhan Mantri Niwas Yojana. So those are all gaps which you can easily identify, that this is the area which is not touched yet. This is the area where I can collect lots of information. This is the area where I can do study, and that study will help the people. So that finding gap is very, very important part. And the next is narrowing to a subtitle. Once we complete the review, once we read review in the sense, once we read number of articles, we will come to know the topic which I can plan for, the subject which I can plan for. But if you take a huge subject, very big subject, we will not be able to do justice to our research. We will have to always remember that the thesis and research should be completed within 4 or 5 years. We cannot make this as a 10 years project. So narrowing to a subtitle is a very, very important concept. As Vishwakarma sir mentioned, that if you take as India, you will have to collect information or primary and secondary data throughout India. Then better you make it to state. You see that state is again widened. It's a huge coverage. Then get it to district. I feel one district will be a good coverage, good area to complete our PhD, with good number of information, with good number of primary data, secondary data. But again, it depends. Like, for example, if I take, as a commerce student, if I take financial viability, then which industry I'm looking for? Okay, financial viability of food processing industry. Then which food processing industry I'm looking for? Then okay, financial viability of food processing industry with special reference to one particular industry. For example, poultry industry or dairy industry. If I take it as a financial viability of horticulture, then horticulture is again big sector. Horticulture of India am I looking for, or I'm looking for Karnataka, or I'm coming to a district, then horticulture, then which, so many sectors are there in horticulture, then what I am looking for. Okay, then in that I'm looking for coconut, or I'm looking for areca nut. So like that, we will have to narrow our subject, so which we will be able to complete our thesis as soon as possible. And then the last one is formulation of the research topic. The till 5 points, till point number 5, we will have to, as per me, till point number 5, we will have to do before selecting the university, before writing entrance test, before joining the coursework, before we speak to the guide first time. So these 5 we will have to complete. And the 6th one, formulation of the research topic. Yes, this is what we will have to wait. And once we select in a university, and once we join coursework, once we complete qualifying coursework, and when you will go and sit in front of guide, then at that time you can do this formulation of the research topic, where you can discuss with the guide, take the guide's opinion, tell him that this is the subject what I am doing, and this is the topic which I am looking for. You please help me in formulation. Little fine tuning your guide may suggest. So with that little fine tuning, you can whatever the topic is selected, whatever the subjects in which you are interested, whatever the subject where you will have your career enhancement. So considering all these factors, if you give brief introduction about your title, why you are selecting that title, how it will help society, how it will help for your enhancement, and what and all research has taken place on this title, and what and all gaps you have identified. So if you tell all these informations to the guide in the first meeting itself, guide will be very much interested about the researcher, and he will definitely tell about the formulation, the little changes or little polishing about the topic. And research we will be able to complete within 3 to 4 years. So for me, research needs to be completed. For me, the certificate we should have in our hand, so which we can get the benefit of it. It is not that at the age of 70 I completed my research, so it will not help in any way. We can only add a doctor to our name, but taking such a paid, working such a lot, spending lots of money on research, at the end of the research we should get benefit of it. It may be in terms of promotion, or it may be in terms of money or salary or whatever. So that is that's what I feel, that these are the 6 very, very important steps which we will have to follow. So this is what I wanted to share. I express my sincere gratitude to all the people who involved in making this event successful. Special thanks to my senior friend, Dr. Vishwakarma, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You made us aware that there are so many topics in the world, so many news pieces, opportunities, and new findings every single day. To study even a minute part of this universe of knowledge will require us to do great research. And whatever we find, whatever we write, might just be the tip of the iceberg. So thank you so much, sir, for your session. Dusks and sunset are proof that no matter how good or bad a day is, the end can still be beautiful. For such a beautiful end to a beautiful program, we now move on to the last speaker of the day. I call upon Mukul for the last time to introduce none other than Dr. Ujjwala Bindale ma'am as our concluding speaker to this wonderful conference. Thank you.
Moving ahead, I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, who is the Dean and Principal in charge of Bharati Vidyapeeth, deemed to be University, New Law College. Yes, I'm talking about Dr. Ujjwala Bindale ma'am. Dr. Bindale is a law graduate from Symbiosis Society Law College, Pune, in the year 1999, with Masters in Law from Pune University in 2001, and a doctorate in Philosophy of Law in 2006 in Property Laws from Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University, Pune. She has been teaching property laws since 2001, along with constitutional law, law of torts, research methodology, and international human rights. Besides this, nationally, she is a legal expert appointed by Bihar Public Service Commission for Bihar Judicial Service Interview Board, and similar in the case of Rajasthan. Member of Technical Advisory Committee of ILC, that is International Longevity Center, India. Internationally, she is a distinguished member of International Council of Jurists, London, and has visited Boston, USA in 2010, Harvard Model United Nations as legal advisor with students representing sales. With 20 years of experience, Dr. Bindale has publications in various national and international journals. She has organized, attended, and coordinated various workshops and seminars at BVD. To mention significant one is in collaboration with CIPM, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, India, and has delivered lectures on significance and impact of IPR at various institutions of BVD. Coming to the conference part, if you steal from one author, it's plagiarism. If you steal from many, it's research. Is plagiarism an undetected originality? So I would like Dr. Bindale ma'am to proceed with the nitty-gritty of plagiarism to clear the confusion.
Thank you, Mukul. Thank you, Anaya. And thank you, Dr. Vishwakarma sir, Virendra Shanbag sir, and Brajesh Kumar sir, and Rashmi madam for giving me this opportunity and allowing us to be presenting at this conference. Just give me 2 minutes for sharing my PPT, and I'm requesting Anaya and Rashmi madam to assist me with this. Please, you can load my PPT.
Yes, ma'am, it's done.
Okay, thank you so much. So, dear all, we are like last 3 days, we have been, learning the techniques of research. And I think we have been very enlightened by knowing the techniques of research. And today I'm going to come towards methods for avoiding plagiarism and making you understand what plagiarism is. So plagiarism, many people call this as plagiarism, and many call this as plagiarism. The slides are in front of you, and I'll slowly and steadily take you through it. I won't be taking much of your time, but yes, I will be going ahead now. According to Merriam-Webster dictionary, that is online dictionary, plagiarism is to steal and pass the ideas or words of another's as one's own, to use another's production without crediting the source, to commit literary theft, and next slide, please, everyone. Mukul. Then to present as new, original, an idiom or product derived from an existing source. So basically, we all know, we have understood plagiarism, and we all know that it is a punishable offense. Mukul, can you please click to the next slide? Can you hear me? Anaya?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Rashmi, click to the next slide. I'm explaining the meaning of plagiarism, and herein I am explaining what exactly the understanding is. Plagiarism is a dishonest practice which has become trendy in the 21st century, and because of the advancement of ICT, we find it is at its peak. And I hope you all will agree with me, and you all have to agree, because online dealings, online transactions, online classes, online research papers, etc., has really mounted on the offense of plagiarism nowadays. And so plagiarism, I say, is a cheating done by educated persons of the society, and it is done from one educated person to other educated person. Plagiarism is an intellectual or literary theft. Plagiarism is contemptible offense, and of course it is a contemptible act and a shabby act. And plagiarism is using others' literature work without proper acknowledging it. So here I take you to the types of plagiarism. Next slide, please.
Yes, ma'am, it is due to some technical glitch, the slide is not getting shifted. So, ma'am, you can continue with the explanation. Meanwhile, we'll come on to that slide.
Okay. So next type is, okay, next point I'm going is towards types of plagiarism. Now, the types of plagiarism, one is direct plagiarism, generally done by many. And most of the time, the students, they do the direct plagiarism when they are given assignments and they are given, many more essay writings, etc. And what they do is word for word transcription of a section of someone else's work without attributing it is copied and taken as it is. So it is called as direct plagiarism. Then the second one we see is The second one is mosaic plagiarism, which is also called as patch writing. This is where, the plagiarist, he borrows the phrases from a source without using quotation marks, or he finds synonyms for the author's language while keeping the whole structure of the paper or the work and the original work as it is. So we see it is mosaic plagiarism. Then we see self plagiarism. Self plagiarism is recycling fraud. It is done by the same author, and it involves publishing of same material produced by the same person through different sources, as well as reproducing self-written articles and writings for any purpose. And it is in context of assessment and academic accreditations in relevant settings and so on. So self plagiarism is increasing nowadays. The one reason is, teachers, authors, and they all are very preoccupied with administrative work, as well as the principals and deans for that matter. And what they do is, generally, I believe, I'm not stigmatizing anyone, but what happens is we have already written on some or the other topic, and then what we do is we change the titles and a little bit of structuring, and we give it in the same. So it is also one cognizable act which is called as self-plagiarism. Then accidental plagiarism. The plagiarists, they neglect to cite their sources, they misquote their sources unintentionally. They paraphrase a source by using similar words, group of words or sentences, or the structure of the work without attributing it. So this is called as accidental plagiarism. Then is partial plagiarism, that is copying, is in limited area. It means like limited copying of section of a page or a para from a particular article, with some similarity along with limited amount of original text content. So we see the next type is collusion plagiarism, which when students, they produce an original work and allow someone else to copy it and reproduce it. So it is considered to be falling into the category of collusions, and that is the reason why we see generally this acts are many a times done only by students most of the time. And then comes ideal plagiarism. Ideal plagiarism is when authors, they rob the paper data from private or personal properties of another author before the original paper of the original author is published. And so this many a times happen, and the original author does not even get time to catch hold of this person before he publishes it. And lastly, I would say plagiarism. Plagiarism is copying the main ideas and parts of papers and mixing them with new parts so that the work seems as new writing, etc. So we see these are the types of plagiarisms which are there, which are generally not detected many a times, and if detected in our legal system, because there is no law as such, because there is no specific legislation which protects the particular work of authors, we are suffering, and authors and writers are suffering. So let me take you to what are the legal consequences. Next slide, please. The consequences of plagiarism. So I'll tell you, legal consequences is only one act in our country which talks about punishing for plagiarism. And in short, copyright plagiarism. Let me tell you, it is a punishable offense under Section 63 of Indian Copyrights Act 1957, which deals with offense of infringement of copyright. So it very clearly says, the section says, any person who knowingly infringes or abets the infringement of the copyright in a work or any other right conferred by the Act shall be punished with imprisonment, which may extend to 1 year, or with fine, or both. This is the legal consequence in our country for plagiarism. Next, other consequences are stigmatization. The thief, in the sense, I must say the robber, a plagiarist is a robber, isn't it? So he's stigmatized. His image in the society is tarnished, he is humiliated, or he is put to isolation. But rarely it happens in our country to certain extent. But in Western countries, it is a punishable, cognizable offense, and there are legislations wherein people are punished for the same. But when I talk about the consequences in our country, we have loss of trust in that person, and so the plagiarist is not trusted any further for his writings. He or she may be expelled from the college, university. His thesis may be rejected. His grades may be lowered down, and there may be loss of job and employment, and so on. So these are all the consequences. Then today what I want to do is I want to give you the methods. Next slide, please. Methods to avoid plagiarism. So we all who have learned the techniques of doing research, while doing while doing research, kindly keep all this in mind. So very firstly, I'll say, what do you do is quote whatever material, whatever research work you have taken from wherever possible ways. So I would say quoting is using the words stated by the authors verbatim from the original source material. The key to use quotes is to copy the quotation carefully and reproduce it exactly as it was published without changing its meaning through editing. So always remember, please, that sources, whether they are factual information or quoted material, they should be used to enhance the position and voice of the paper. And so whatever you put into quotations and give the acknowledgement, or rather give the reference, give the particular indexing, etc., so that you know you are on safer side. The next is paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is simply restating another's idea into your own words. It is essentially helpful when the sources materials are very huge or very long, and its parts are unmemorable. So voluminous material needs to be paraphrased, and while paraphrasing, the researchers should not only interpret the author's ideas correctly, but always remember, restate it accurately. So if you restate and rephrase and you put the author's idea correctly, you are trying to be on a safer side. Then next comes summarizing. You summarize briefly, saying what the original author has stated, and how you can do the summary. You can do it in 3 steps. One, you review the original work again and again and again, the original literature. As many times as you want to review, you review it. After reviewing the passage, what you do is now you summarize it, and then after summarizing it, whatever you have read, you summarize it properly, and then you re-review it and see that you have done justice to the original source of document, or the original source or original thoughts of the author. And after doing that, the last point I would say is you can go into acknowledgement. Please remember, how many number of articles, papers, research papers, whatever you keep on writing, always remember that that you acknowledge it. Acknowledge it in the sense, cite the sources involved. Like say today, whatever I am putting on my PPT, I have also referred to many websites. Of course, Wikipedia and Google and SSRN, they are their part of it, explaining the things. Even I have referred to books of legal research, Maineni, legal research methodology by Professor Singh, and then Mr. Ranjit Kumar, and so on. So these are all needed to be acknowledged all the time, and I'm officially declaring that yes, I have referred to all many sources and I have come out to this particular pointings. So please remember, cite the sources involved, whether in the form of text notes, end of the papers, footnotes, references, bibliography, as many possible places. Footnotes are the right way of pointing out the particular sources. And remember, citations, they must contain the full information about the original sources, like the name of the author, title of the book, articles, year, edition of the publication, the page numbers from which lines, sentences the particular work has been taken. So acknowledging is really important when you talk about the process of tackling plagiarism. If you all want to avoid your research work to be caught into any punishable offense, please follow this particular methods. Either you quote, you phrase, summarize, acknowledge, but see that you are giving due respect to the original author, to the original publisher, original writer, and so on. Once you do that, there won't be any issues as to you getting caught into plagiarism. Next slide, please. Here next, I would like to take you to suggestions. Of course, again, I would be coming to the same points. please never use other person's original writings and put them in your own words without acknowledging them. Always have a single uniform way of methods of citations. Never steal other person's ideas. Please give references as many as you can. And always remember, if you're taking it from web pages, if you're taking it from Google, if you're taking it from any sites, please give the proper web page numbers and of course web informations accurately. And of course we have a need, a suggestion comes is we have to enact a specific legislation. There are discussions and discussions, and there are debates going on plagiarism in India. And of course we are trying to interact with Western country researchers, jurists. And I think through this conference I would always suggest to have a conference on even plagiarism as a whole concept of the conference, wherein we can come up with workable, valuable solutions and workable legislation to avoid plagiarism in this country and to protect the interest of the original creative and original owner. And besides this suggestions, I would always conclude by saying that plagiarism is an unethical act. It leads to creating puppets and leads to loss of originality, and it restricts from innovating new and needful solutions. And today's generation needs to be guided very properly, that you have to be creative, you have to be innovative, you have to criticize, you have to analyze, you have to rethink, and you have to recite, but in proper mannerism. You have to recite the original author's work. And if this has been done, I'll tell you, plagiarism won't be a weapon of mass destruction to the research work. Because if we have to stop this weapon of mass destruction, we should work together and we should stop the spread of this particular work of plagiarism throughout. And we have to start with moral and ethical teachings in universities, in schools and colleges when it comes to the offense of plagiarism. So please take a note that we all should have moral and ethical teachings. When I say this, we all are teachers, maximum of us, and many of us are students. Wherever we go, whatever we do, we have to see that we are motivating the students to have their own original ideas rather than copying, rather than cheating, rather than committing a fraud. So at this juncture, once again, I thank you all for giving me a patience listening after the whole, morning session and 2 days of session. But yes, indeed, I had decided to give you the best of what my understandings are regarding to this concept. And thank you once and for all, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for telling us what not to do during assignments and while writing research papers as well. I developed a short summary of plagiarism as ma'am was speaking. Keep calm, work hard, and be original. Don't let your work be like the Bollywood remixes that we hear today. So thank you so much, ma'am, for being the inspiration you always are. We now move on to the last session of the day, which is the paper presentation session. I humbly request all the participants to keep their paper presentations as concise as possible, with a maximum time limit of 5 to 10 minutes for each paper, as we are really short of time. I will be calling out the names of all the authors, and if you all are present, you can start your paper presentations accordingly. Do we have Dr. Deepa Kaushik over here? No. Okay. Dr. Rajeshwar V. Kirtankar?
Yes, ma'am. I'm audible, ma'am?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Dr. Rajeshwar Kirtankar, NW College, Jabalpur in Maharashtra. Good afternoon to all. First, I would like to thanks our organizer team of Bharati Vidyapeeth New College, Pune. My paper is Essential E-Resources to Research in Economics. Introduction. E-resources have become essential in research and higher education. In the subject of economics, e-resources are most important for deep and detailed study. The purpose of this paper is to explore the availability of various types e-resources in the field of economics. In the subject of economics included different types of economical concept, that is national income, economic growth, poverty, unemployment, import, export, population, sectors, progress, etc. This concept explanation to details and analytical statistical study. The resources are most useful. Resources in economics provide research thesis, PDF notes, audio lectures, MCQ and answers, etc. through the expert and intellectual teachers and professors. E-research is economics are mostly helpful for the students, teachers, research scholars, policy makers, and entrepreneurship. E-research platform for the economic study. There are a lot of platform of e-research, but the sum of following e-research is the most useful for studying various concepts and research in economics in depth. Like either economic survey ebook, central statistical organization, then the union budget, World Bank, and then national sample survey. Then various type of like Shodhaganga, Economic and Political Weekly, Economic Pathshala, Eco Pathshala, NPTEL, Swayam, e-resources. In economics, another e-resources are most useful in MOOCs platform, central bank reports, statistical reports, state union budget, e-journals, e-newspapers, YouTube audio books, etc. Above the all resources in economics, encourage knowledge of economics. It's very helpful preparation for UGC NET set, JRF economics for students, and discussion and doubt solving about most important MC questions in economics. Eco Pathshala preparation GATE economics, preparation UPSC, civil services economics optional, and preparation UPSC Indian economic, and updating the subject knowledge theoretical and practical, upgrading the skills of imparting it, updating greater insights into the institutional framework of policy implementation as well as the dynamic of the new order. E-resources are most useful in higher education and competitive exam. Social science subject of economics is most important subject. Economics sectoral study, social, political, environmental, national and international issues are included in the subject of economics. Therefore, e-resources are very useful for sustainable and in-depth study of various such important concepts and research in economics. Thank you. Thank you all, and special thanks to Dr. Brajesh Kumar sir, Anaya ma'am, and Mukund sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have Mr. Vijay Chandra Boro and Dr. Kokila Saxena. Are you present? Okay, if not, we'll move on. Otherwise, I have to ask any one of you, do you have the list of the presenters, any of you? Because then it will be easier for me to call out your reference numbers instead of your names.
Mine is 104, madam.
Okay, so 103 are not available. So, okay, then Dr. Aradhana, Manisha, Arvind Deshmukh, Shivani Kapoor, and Professor Dr. S.B. Chodia. Am I right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay.
May I start?
Yes, ma'am, definitely.
Yeah, I will share the PPT. Once a moment. Is my PPT available?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Yeah, my topic is soil monitoring and alert using IoT and machine learning. Basically, I will present. I thought I will get at least 15 to 20 minutes. So according to I will prepare, but don't worry, I will finish it within 10 minutes. So these are my details and the presentation. As since last 3 days, we are considering the research, and I like to highlight here the actual role of agriculture is very important in Indian economy. So obviously, based on that, I like to suggest all the researcher kindly go into depth of this role or the research in agriculture, because as I have done my doctorate, in my first slide I mentioned that I have done my masterate from Pune and doctorate from Aarhus University, Denmark. So over there during my Denmark period, I found that the actual research is required mainly with a common person or the common man. And during my IIT study also, the dean academics always suggest me whatever you will develop, it can be useful for the common person or the common man. So according to that, after doctorate, I concentrate on my study, that is the machine learning, Internet of Things, and many more are mainly with agriculture. Because if we go into detail of the research, there are basically basic, strategic, applied, and adaptive research. So if we choose any one of these, so as we all are aware, our Indian economy is based on farming or the agriculture, and therefore the actual need of research will have to concentrate on this particular area, that is agriculture, because maximum economy is controlled by nowadays with a technology, that is the recent technology, and obviously it is based on the agriculture. So I concentrate my study on this particular, that is if we consider the agriculture, there are various ways like agriculture and monitoring with a crop area, with horticultural crop areas, cropping system, the global crop program, and water resources and monitoring. So out of that, I choose particularly, that is the soil mapping and monitoring. So while applying the Internet of Things, that is the recent technology, we all are aware that yes, which is available with our regular one, that is nowadays Alexa is our regular use. So can we use this Internet of Things for this farming purpose? So the answer is yes, we can apply, because if we go into during my Denmark study, I found that the maximum research was applied again with normal things. And obviously the farming is very less in Denmark, but other things, which is the dairy foundry and many other farming related issues. So over there, is there any automation we can apply? So based on that, I concentrate my study with this soil monitoring and alert. Since last 3 days, we are listening about research, but these are the actual need, and these are the upcoming areas which is required, because in India, 53% of the ultimate mission at hands relies upon that agribusiness. So this commitment of this agriculture part in Indian financial system is higher than some of these different division in India. So obviously, this impact diminishes the fruitfulness degree, and obviously the loss of soil supplements through the extraordinary publications is also the motivation for my research. So the dietary supplements like potassium, nitrogen, and phosphorus, the percentage in our soil is really a challengeable study which is needed to concentrate. So what extra farmers will likewise get the crop listing dependent on that statistics. So making the monitoring, making the statistics is a real use of this today's researcher or the engineering research or any kind of research, as I have done my engineering research. So based on that, the purpose of this soil test is very concentrating area. So out of this, here I have mentioned that the test acidic and alkalinity in the soil, and in this mission, this pH sensor is associated with Arduino microcontroller. So knowledge of my Internet of Things I applied for this farming purpose. the fact may be detected and monitored. So this is well worth may be placed away in the database making use of Wi-Fi module, and the really worth which, because nowadays there are various Pradhan Mantri Yojanas are available. So out of that, I choose this Arduino Uno assumes essential activity. This Arduino Uno is basically the electronic board, and which will provide me the information what kind of the percentage in the particular soil. So obviously the interconnect gadgets and the programming elements with each other. So this Arduino Uno is a microcontroller board. So here it improve the soil if the farmer needs to yield a particular harvest in a similar soil. So obviously with my proposal, definitely it can be useful for these farmers to check, to find out the categorization and what kind of technique we can apply for this farming purpose, and that's why which is necessary for this execution. So here the information might be categorized depend on their dietary supplements gift in the soil. So obviously with the help of this, where we can apply, my proposal can applicable with irrigation, with sewage treatment, with rapid soil test, and which is also applicable in a greenhouse, because nowadays farmers are also believe on this greenhouse. So this particular proposal will definitely useful for this research areas, agriculture as well as farming. So based on that, my proposal is a very simple proposal. Where I mentioned the machine test broker, and I examining, I tested with some soil moisture, and it can be providing with a different LEDs, and obviously the alert system with visualization tools and workflows. This was my first basic diagram for this applicable of this Internet of Things with my own algorithm for soil monitoring and alert. Whenever any percentage of phosphor, nitrate, or whatever changes will occur, immediately that information is provided to the monitoring system as well as to the farmer, so that based on so that it can be helpful for applying that particular things in their soil as well as with their tested areas. So this is the next block diagram for soil monitoring and alert. So obviously this alert is applicable for with the help of this Internet of Things, and I applied here my own machine learning methods, so that the particular information will be available not only with farmer, it can also available with those who are working with that monitoring team, as well as it can be helpful for a long purpose, because last year what was my soil percentage, and after 1 year, after 1 month, after 1 week, all such information will be available easily with a farmer. So for that I developed one small app, and with the help of that nowadays utilization of a mobile is very common, not with any person like farmer also. So obviously this will provide you, so what kind of different information is available, like temperature sensors, moisture sensors, humidity sensor, and light sensor. This together information is controlled by IoT, and with the help of this ESP8266, this will be provided to the mobile app, so that this together data is available with a farmer. Now, and the same data is also available on a cloud. So automatically what kind of innovation occurred in any corner of India, so that can be available for any farmer. So that is also helpful. Why? Because it will provide you the comparative study of a different situations. For example, if we check on Himachal Pradesh, again the cloud burst was there. So obviously its soil conditions are different than Maharashtrian soil. So obviously all such information together available, and the comparison is very possible for the monitoring system. And based on that, the crop will be provided for all the farmer, so that it can be useful for detailing of the which type of farming is possible for the individual farmers. So see, this soil monitoring system concentrate on these 8 different small parameters. The first is the moisture, obviously, then the EC, PG, and NPK parameters, temperature, moisture, and oxygen with temperature. So here, these are the 6 different parameters I applied with my machine, so that sensors can sense that condition, and that information is provided for the farmers and the monitor systems. So this is the small actually block diagram, a small closed loop diagram which is available. See, the information is available as with the help of IoT and with the help of ML. We can provide this information for the monitoring system. So monitoring system person can be available anywhere on his or her mobile. The particular information is available, and according to that, we can suggest the farmer what kind of cropping system, what kind of additional we can say spraying system we can apply for this particular soil. So based on that, this is the actual testing parameters. We can place such parameters. You'll find that here there the Arduino board is there, which is the IoT board, and that information is available immediately with the same space. At the same time, it can be available through this sensor. It can be sent to the cloud as well as to the any monitoring system. So along with this small research, where been listening since last 2 days that yes, research is required for the normal purpose or for the actual implementation. So this is my implementation I like to suggest here for research point of view. So we can always think for a normal application can applied through which IoT and ML, because nowadays there are tremendous upgradation is going on in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So here I propose this project is absolutely located toward the farmer welfare and the farming improvements. So it can facilitate the farmers with the whole process of cultivating from the start until give up. So with taking this high quality attention of this harvest, it encourages the farmers to depart their neediness by giving the respectable degree of yield towards, because agriculture engineering, agriculture BSc, these degrees are available, but the actual research is required, and these are the thirst areas where the researcher can contribute such kind of things. So I hope I finished within 7 to 8 minutes, and this is I like to suggest in a research, go for the normal application which can be helpful for all kind of results. These are my references. I know this is totally different than the research, but this is actually the research area where I like to suggest all the researcher kindly concentrate on such kind of farming. So thank you. Thanks to my family for lifelong support and encouragement. They all are supporting me such kind of thirsting. My father, my sister-in-laws, and all brother-in-laws, each and every, my mom, my grandmom, all are helping me such kind of research because it can be useful for the farmers. We all are farmers, but this is one kind of celebration. So I provided thanks to my family. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, organizer team. And really, I like to suggest, please come up with such areas so that we can concentrate on farming purpose. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this informative session. It was something which we don't normally hear from researchers. So thank you for shedding light on such topics. We now move on to Suruchi Agarwal. Ma'am, are you present?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here only. Sorry, I was moving to the mic. That's why it took some time.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. I'm here only. Yeah, I'm presenting. Just give me 1 minute.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, ma'am, we are able to. You can continue.
Oh, okay. Okay, ma'am. So myself, Suruchi Agrawal, and I am pursuing my PhD in mass communication from Calcutta University from Greater Noida. And topic of my research, this paper is basically a case study of climate change communication and the use of Facebook by non-profit organizations with a special reference to India. So basically, when we talk about climate change, it's a very global concern as it affects all the aspects of human society. And climate change communication is therefore in the purview of many stakeholders, including organizations like the non-profit sector. And in this research paper, I have chosen two basic NGOs, basically. One is Chintan Environmental Research Group, and the second one is Greenpeace Foundation. And I am doing a comparative study of these two organizations. And at the end, I'll take the interview also. So basically, this study seeks to examine climate change communication efforts by Indian environmental non-profit organizations, Chintan Environmental Research Group, and Greenpeace Foundation in fostering pattern of pro-environmental behaviors among public communities. The study especially described the strategic use of social media platforms such as Facebook to communicate content designed to foster sustainable behaviors among the people. And the researcher will conduct a comparative study of these two organizations and will take expert interviews to get insight of user engagement with the contents published on Facebook. So the results will be consistent with prior research of climate change communication on social media in different socio-cultural contexts. And furthermore, they provide basically descriptions on the level of public engagement with the contents published on Facebook. Uh, Next is so climate change is considered by scholars and intellectuals as one of the most challenging problems in the 21st century. Apart from national and international policies to combat the destructive phenomenon, there is need for a community-scale social change that includes adoption of sustainable and pro-environmental behavioral practices. Uh, Moving on further, basically what research questions I have formulated. So, what are the specific functions of the Post and Greenpeace Foundation and Chintan Environmental Research Group published on Facebook? Next is what is the level of public engagement on Facebook to the content published by Greenpeace Foundation and Chintan Research Group? Third question, research question, are what are the challenges faced by Greenpeace Foundation and Chintan Environmental Research Group in undertaking their work? And the last is what is the overall efficacy of communication strategies of Greenpeace Foundation and Chintan Environmental Research Group? Above all, this is the theoretical framework. Basically, the social marketing framework basically is used to discuss the findings of this study. Through several definitions are used, social marketing can broadly be referred to as the application of commercial marketing concepts and techniques in achieving specific behavioral change for the good of the society. So we can see in the everything we see there is something happening in our society. It is especially directly connected to the behavior of the people. So when we talk about these two organization, Facebook organization, how they are bringing some kind of behavioral change among the people through which they are connected, how they are connected, what kind of changes, awareness changes, climate related changes they are bringing among them. This could be through, we can examine through these are a theoretical framework. And then there is a methodology. So one is the comparative study. I'll do the comparative study of the Facebook post of Greenpeace Foundation and Chintan Environmental Research Group. And then again, I'll take the expert interviews. So the last two research questions, will be based on expert interviews, and the first two questions, research questions, would be based on the methodology comparative study. So thank you. This was my presentation about this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for shedding light on such a current topic such as climate change and environmental change. It was actually very refreshing to hear about climate change after a really long time. So thank you. Just a
Yeah.
reminder to the future authors or presenters to keep their presentations concise, precise, and to the point for maximum of 5 minutes, because we are really off schedule. So I apologize for the inconvenience. Next we have Kritika Singh. Is Kritika Singh present? Okay, then Miss Natasha. Okay. Khalida Sultan.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Just 1 minute. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Khalda Sultan, Research Scholar of Sociology from Bharati University. I'm very thankful to organizing members of this conference for giving me the opportunity to share some facts regarding education status of tribals in Jammu and Kashmir. As we know, scheduled tribes constitutes 11.6% of total population in Jammu and Kashmir. There was no scheduled tribe population before 1989. In 1989, that eight communities were classified as a scheduled tribe under the constitution. Jammu and Kashmir Scheduled Tribe Order 1989. Four communities, Gojek, Bakarwal, Giri, and Spin, were notified as scheduled tribes via the Constitution Scheduled Tribe Order Amendment 9 Act 1991. During the census 2001, first time officially listed, all 12 scheduled tribes were recorded as a population of 11,579. The literacy rate of the scheduled tribes is 50.6%, which is much lower than the national average literacy rate. The male literacy rate is 60.6%, and the female literacy rate is 39.7%. As we know, education plays an important role in the upliftment of the scheduled tribal population. It plays a key role in developing the scheduled tribes. According to Herbert Spencer, education is complete living. All the global levels, different organizations has confirmed the education is a fundamental human rights. Education is a process of living through a continuous reconstruction of experience. It is development of all those capacities in that individual which will enable him to control his environment and fulfill his possibilities, according to John Dewey. Under the Constitutional 86th Amendment Act of 2002, inserted Article 21A is provided free and compulsory education of all the children in the age group of 6 to 14 years as a fundamental rights. Under Article 14, indigenous peoples have the rights to establish and control their educational system and institution providing education in their own language. They have the rights to education and at all levels and forms the education of the state without discrimination. Millennium Development Goals was adopted in 2010 by United Nations to ensure the free universal education for everyone. Sustainable Development Goal adopted since 2015 by United Nations to ensure the universal primary and secondary education to ensure early childhood development, and universal education to ensure the equal access to techniques and higher education. Gender, gender equality and inclusion ensure eliminate gender disparity in the education and ensure equal access to all the levels of education and vocational trainings for vulnerable, including the persons with disability, indigenous peoples, and children in the vulnerable situations. As per the as per the census 2011, Jammu Kashmir 50.6% literacy rate of scheduled tribes. Out of these, 60.6% male literacy rate of scheduled tribes. Female literacy rate of scheduled tribe 39.7%. The gender rate of the scheduled tribes is 20.9%. During the analysis of the various studies, researchers conclude that educational status of the tribals of Jammu and Kashmir is very low as compared with Union Territory educational system is educational status at India. During Bakarwal's and Gojar and Bakarwal tribal education system is status is extremely poor than other scheduled tribes of Jammu and Kashmir. There is low literacy rate of tribals, higher level of gender education gap among the tribals of Jammu and Kashmir. The dropout rate of the tribal girls is higher than the boys in both primary and elementary level of the education. Gap of the literacy rate of the tribals of Jammu and Kashmir is higher than the India. Reasons: the seasonal migration. There are a lot of reasons, but some reasons are there. Seasonal migration, lack of parents' interest, lack of awareness about education, follow the traditional operations, long distant school, lack of educational facilities, lack of road connectivities, rural and urban areas, financial problems, no mobile school facilities, after to primary secondary, teacher absenteeism is and the lack of hygiene, etc. All these reasons are responsible for the low educational status of tribes in Jammu and Kashmir. Thanks a lot. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
We now move on to the next speaker, which is Shri Chotilal Utavde. I think they're not available. Mukul, I request you to take over the next set of speakers. Thank you.
Yeah. So next we have Mr. Dharamveer Singh, reference number 110. Is Mr. Dharamveer present? Okay, I guess. Then we have Professor Mohidul Islam. Is Professor Mohidul present? Okay, moving on to next, we have Malika Adhikari, Dr. Mahesh Singh, and Rahul Yadav. Is any of the three present among us? Malika Adhikari, Dr. Mahesh Singh, and Rahul Yadav. Okay, next we have Professor Ram Nivas Gupta. Is Professor Ram Nivas Gupta present? Then Professor Ram Narayan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Sir, would you
deliver
the presentation today?
राम नारायण टेकाम, शोधार्थी, अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी विश्वविद्यालय बिलासपुर छत्तीसगढ़। शीर्षक है छत्तीसगढ़ विधानसभा में अनुसूचित जनजातियों के नेतृत्व का विश्लेषणात्मक अध्ययन 2000 से 2019 के संदर्भ में। छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य मध्य प्रदेश पुनर्गठन अधिनियम 2084वां संविधान संशोधन अनुच्छेद 3 के तहत राज्यों का गठन द्वारा भारत के हृदय प्रदेश मध्य प्रदेश से पृथक होकर 1 नवंबर 2000 को 31 अक्टूबर की मध्य रात्रि से भारतीय संघ का 26वां राज्य बना। 1 नवंबर 2000 को छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य के अस्तित्व में आने के साथ ही छत्तीसगढ़ विधानसभा का गठन हुआ। छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य की प्रथम विधानसभा में 91 सदस्य थे। 2019 की स्थिति में 90 सदस्य हैं, जिनमें से आरक्षित जनजातीय विधानसभा सदस्य 29 हैं। विश्व में प्राकृतिक और भौगोलिक विविधता के साथ साथ राजनीतिक संरचना में भी भिन्नता है है, जबकि प्रजातंत्र और लोकतंत्र में जनता के निर्वाचित प्रतिनिधियों के माध्यम से शासन किया जाता है। भारत लोकतांत्रिक राज्य है, जिसमें शासन प्रणाली एक लिखित संविधान पर आधारित है। संविधान सभा द्वारा विरचित संविधान 26 नवंबर 1949 को अंगीकृत किया गया और 26 जनवरी 1950 को प्रवृत्त हुआ। संसदीय शासन प्रणाली में शासन की व्यवस्था के तीनों आधार स्तंभ क्रमशः कार्यपालिका, विधायिका और न्यायपालिका स्वतंत्र होते हैं। छत्तीसगढ़ राज्य एक जनजाति बहुल्य राज्य है। छत्तीसगढ़ में कुल 42 जनजातियां पाई जाती है, जिनका विशिष्ट नाम, भाषा, सांस्कृतिक एवं आर्थिक आधार होता है। भारत के संविधान के अनुच्छेद 66-25 के अनुसार समुदाय ऐसी जनजातियों या जनजाति समुदायों के भाग या उनमें के युद्ध अभिप्रेत है, जिन्हें इस संविधान के प्रयोजनों के लिए अनुच्छेद 43 जाता है। इन वर्गों के हितों के संवर्धन एवं के लिए भारत के संविधान में अनुच्छेद 15(4)(29) में शिक्षा संबंधी, 16(4), 320(4) एवं 333 में रोजगार संबंधी, अनुच्छेद 19 संबंधी, अनुच्छेद 23 में बेगार अथवा बलवश्रम, अनुच्छेद 16(4) तथा 335 में परिपालन में सार्वजनिक सेवाओं, सरकारी नौकरी, अनुसूचित जनजातियों के लिए स्थान आरक्षित करने एवं अनुच्छेद 330, 332 एवं में अनुसूचित में शिक्षा संबंधी संवैधानिक रक्षात्मक उपाय किए गए हैं। जनजातियों के लिए संविधान में बहुत से प्रावधान किए गए हैं। स्वतंत्रता के पश्चात पूर्व की तुलना में परिवर्तन देखने को मिलता है, किंतु जिस तरह से इन वर्गों के विकास के लिए शासन की कई कल्याणकारी योजना एवं नीतियों के बावजूद सामाजिक, सांस्कृतिक, आर्थिक विकास का अभाव दिखाई पड़ता है। संवैधानिक एवं प्रभावी योजना और नीतियों का सही ढंग से पालन व क्रियान्वयन किया जाए तो निश्चित ही इन वर्गों का बेहतर विकास संभव हो पाएगा। इसी के साथ ही थैंक यू सभी को।
Thank you so much, sir. Like now, moving on to the next, we have Assistant Professor Deep Singh. Is Professor Deep Singh present? Next, we have Professor Netram. Professor Netram, are you there? Then we have Dr. Harish Chandra Raturi. Dr. Harish Chandra Raturi. Okay, now I'm gonna say the name only once. Please be attentive. Dr. Ravindra Kumar, are you present? Okay. Dr. Hina Nautiyal. Dr. Rajesh Kumar. Dr. Vijay Kumar. And Dr. Leela Bamnia.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. You can present. And please see to it that you take 5 minutes only, because we are running short of time.
Okay, sir. मैं डॉक्टर लीला बामनिया, सहायक प्राध्यापक अर्थशास्त्र, शासकीय विक्रम महाविद्यालय खाचरो, जिला उज्जैन। मेरे टॉपिक का विषय है पेपर का जनसंख्या वृद्धि और विकास एवं बाधा। ऑर्गेनाइजेशन कमेटी को मेरी तरफ से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद और मुझे प्रेजेंट प्रिपेयर करने के लिए अवसर प्रदान किया। मेरा जो शोध सारांश है जनसंख्या वृद्धि आर्थिक विकास में किस प्रकार सहायक है। विभिन्न अर्थशास्त्रियों ने जनसंख्या वृद्धि को सहायक भी बताया है और देश के सामने जनसंख्या वृद्धि एक चुनौती भी है, सुझाव है और निष्कर्ष है। शोध सारांश। सबसे पहले, जनसंख्या वृद्धि देश के ज्यादातर समस्याओं का कारण बन गई है। गरीबी, भुखमरी, बेरोजगारी, अशिक्षा, स्वस्थ सेवाओं की कमी, अपराध, स्वच्छ पानी की कमी जैसी समस्या बढ़ती आबादी की वजह है। देश के पास दुनिया की भूमि का हिस्सा भारत में 2.4% है और विश्व की जनसंख्या का 80% भारत में निवास करता है। प्रस्तावना। देश की जमीन की कुल 60% हिस्से पर खेती की जाती है। इसके बावजूद भी 20 करोड़ लोग भुखमरी के शिकार हैं। 117 देशों के ग्लोबल हंगर इंडेक्स नंबर में 2020-21 में भारत का स्थान 101 है, लेकिन वर्तमान में 100 हो गया है। देश की आबादी अनियंत्रित रूप से बढ़ने की वजह ट्रैफिक जाम की समस्या आने वाली है। भविष्य में खतरा बढ़ सकता है। 1950 में देश की आबादी 36 करोड़ थी। वर्तमान समय में भारत की जनसंख्या 1 अरब 30 करोड़ हो गई है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि दर बहुत तेज गति से बढ़ रही है। 2020-30 तक भारत की जनसंख्या 1 अरब 40 करोड़ तक पहुंच जाएगी। भारत में सबसे अधिक जनसंख्या राज्य में दिल्ली में है, जहां 11,320 व्यक्ति प्रति वर्ग मीटर निवास करते। जनसंख्या घनत्व दिल्ली का सबसे ज्यादा है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि आर्थिक विकास में सहायक। जनसंख्या आर्थिक विकास में सहायक है। प्रोफेसर हेसन, एडम स्मिथ, आर्थर लुइस, क्लार्क, पेनमोज, हर्समैन, बुपकिन, अल्फ्रेड आदि अर्थशास्त्रियों ने जनसंख्या वृद्धि को आर्थिक विकास में सहायक बताया है। हेसन ने कहा कि जनसंख्या वृद्धि आर्थिक विकास की एक पूर्व शर्त है। हर्समैन का कहना है कि जनसंख्या दबाव आर्थिक विकास को प्रोत्साहित करती है। बढ़ती हुई जनसंख्या बाजार का विस्तार करती है, जिससे निवेश प्रेरणा नवप्रवर्तन को बल मिलता है, जिससे उत्पादन तथा रोजगार बढ़ने लगता है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि किसी देश के आर्थिक विकास को प्रोत्साहित करती है। श्रम शक्ति आपूर्ति का स्रोत है। सोर्स ऑफ वर्किंग लेबर्स फोर्स आर्थिक विकास के प्राकृतिक संसाधन, श्रम शक्ति, पूंजी, तकनीकी फलन है। श्रम शक्ति एकमात्र विकास प्रक्रिया का सक्रिय उत्प्रेरक घटक है। बाजार का विस्तार जनसंख्या वृद्धि और श्रम उत्पादक है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि से उपभोग भी बढ़ता है। जनसंख्या आर्थिक विकास का साधन भी है। लोग धन उत्पादक ही नहीं होते, बल्कि धन का उपभोग भी करते हैं। जनसंख्या वृद्धि उपभोक्ताओं के रूप में वस्तुओं के लिए मांग पैदा करती है। इस तरह बाजारों का विस्तार होता है। बाजारों के विस्तार होने के साथ बचतों में वृद्धि होती। बचतों में वृद्धि होने से पूंजी निवेश में वृद्धि होती है। पूंजी निवेश में वृद्धि होने से उत्पादन में विविधता आती है और उत्पादन में विविधता आने से नए उद्योगों को बढ़ावा मिलता है। उद्योगों को बढ़ावा मिलने से रोजगार के अवसरों में वृद्धि होती है। रोजगार के अवसरों में से लोगों की आय में वृद्धि और आय में वृद्धि से अतिरिक्त आय में वृद्धि। उत्पादन और आर्थिक विकास में जनसंख्या वस्तु की अतिरिक्त मांग का सर्जन करके विकास के बल प्रदान करती है। उत्पादन में वृद्धि देश की जनसंख्या एक वार्षिक दर से बढ़ रही है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि श्रम विभाजन व्यापक विशिष्टीकरण को जन्म देती है। पैमाने के बचतों को संभव बनाती है। तकनीकी प्रगति और संगठनात्मक सुधारों को बढ़ावा मिलता है। नरकेश ने काम आते ही अतिरिक्त श्रम शक्ति इस प्रकार अदृश्य बचत, अदृश्य बेरोजगारी के रूप में अदृश्य संभावित बचतों का तथा पूंजी निर्माण के लिए प्रयोग किया जाता है। किसी भी देश की भौतिक पूंजी निर्माण मानव पूंजी निर्माण पर निर्भर करती है। मानव पूंजी का निर्माण प्रशिक्षित कुशल श्रम शक्ति पर निर्भर करती है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि सृजनात्मक मस्तिष्क तथा मानव पूंजी का निर्माण करती है। आर्थिक उत्पादन वृद्धि प्रशिक्षित ज्ञान के स्टोर फलन है। नए ज्ञान की खोज और उसका विकास मानव द्वारा किया जाता है। स्वयं जनसंख्या का परिणाम है। इस प्रकार वृद्धिशील जनसंख्या सृजनात्मक मस्तिष्क का सर्जन करती है, जिसे कौशल निर्माण को बल मिलता है। अपने ज्ञान का भंडार बढ़ता है, फलस्वरूप राष्ट्रीय उत्पादन को बढ़ावा मिलता है। इस प्रकार राष्ट्रीय आय में वृद्धि होती। बढ़ती हुई जनसंख्या आर्थिक विकास में बाधक। तेजी से बढ़ती जनसंख्या देश के सामाजिक आर्थिक समस्याओं की जननी बनकर देश के सामने खतरे की घंटी बन चुकी है। देश में कार्यशील जनसंख्या 2 दशक में 30% तक बढ़ जाएगी। बढ़ती हुई जनसंख्या को कम करने के लिए किसी भी राजनीतिक दल संगठन द्वारा आवाज नहीं उठाई जाती। देश के तमाम राजनीतिक पार्टियां रोटी कपड़ा मकान की तो बात करती है, परंतु जनसंख्या नियंत्रण जैसे मुद्दे पर न कानून का वादा करती है, न जनसंख्या रोकने अर्थात वृद्धि पर नियंत्रण करने की बात करते हैं। जनसंख्या वृद्धि सबसे ज्यादा असर भारत में पड़ रहा है। ग्रामीण आबादी रोजगार की तलाश में शहरों की तरफ पलायन करना पड़ता है। आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव अर्थात आजादी के 75 वर्षों के बाद भी ठोस रणनीति नहीं बन पाई जिससे ग्रामीण आबादी शहरों से पलायन को रोक सके। लोग गांव छोड़कर शहरों की ओर पलायन करने में मजबूर हो रहे हैं। गांव में रोजगार, अच्छी शिक्षा, स्वच्छता, शुद्ध पानी की सुविधा उपलब्ध नहीं करा पाते जिससे पलायन गांवों से शहरों की ओर पलायन हो रहा है। संयुक्त राष्ट्र की नई रिपोर्ट 2050 तक दुनिया का 68% हिस्सा शहरों में रहने लगा है। वर्तमान समय में 55% जनसंख्या शहरों में निवास करती है। भारत में 20 से 35 वर्ग का आयु वर्ग की युवा आबादी 7 करोड़ है। युवा आबादी को सही दिशा, पर्याप्त संसाधन उपलब्ध न हो रहा है तथा भारत में चुनौती बढ़ गई है। देश में 10 करोड़ युवा ऐसे हैं जो शिक्षित होने के बावजूद भी कुशल दक्ष है लगभग 10 करोड़ नौकरियों की आवश्यकता है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि की वजह से गरीबी, भूख, कुपोषण की समस्याओं को प्रभावी ढंग से दूर करने, बेहतर स्वस्थ गुणवत्ता पूर्ण शिक्षा प्रदान करने की बाधा आती है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि के कारण बेरोजगारी, स्वस्थ परिवार, गरीबी, भूखमरी, कुपोषण संबंधित कई चुनौतियां उत्पन्न हो रही है। दुनिया में मनुष्य की जनसंख्या इस एक साल में 8.3 करोड़ हो जाती है। 1.1% की दर से बढ़ती जा रही है। 2027 तक जनसंख्या 7.6 अरब बढ़ जाएगी। जनसंख्या वृद्धि की समस्या कृषि भूमि पर अत्यधिक दबाव, प्राकृतिक संसाधनों का शोषण, प्रति व्यक्ति आय में कमी, बेरोजगारी में वृद्धि, जीवन स्तर में गिरावट, पर्यावरण प्रदूषण, ध्वनि प्रदूषण, जल प्रदूषण, नकारात्मक प्रभाव, आर्थिक विकास की दर तेजी से नहीं बढ़ पाती है। मानव संसाधन और जनसंख्या अधिक और अकुशल श्रमिकों की वृद्धि हो रही है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि के नियंत्रण पर सुझाव। परिवार कल्याण नियोजन कार्यक्रमों का विस्तार करके बढ़ती जनसंख्या को रोक सकते हैं। साक्षरता का प्रचार प्रसार करना चाहिए ताकि जनता परिवार नियोजन और जनसंख्या कम करने का प्रयास करें। सामाजिक सुरक्षा कार्यक्रम में वृद्धि करना चाहिए। नए कर लगना चाहिए। नियम और कानूनों की कड़ाई से पालन करना चाहिए। सभी राजनीतिक पार्टियों, सरकार, हम सबको जनसंख्या कमी करने, गुणात्मक जनसंख्या बनाने की वृद्धि तथा कौशल, दक्ष, आधुनिक तकनीकी प्रौद्योगिकी युक्त जनसंख्या बनाएं ताकि देश प्रगति करें और हम भारत को विश्व में 5वीं विकसित 5 ट्रिलियन डॉलर वाली अर्थव्यवस्था बनाएं। निष्कर्ष। भारत जैसे विकासशील देश के समक्ष कई समस्याओं और चुनौतियों को जन्म देता है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि हमारे देश के समक्ष बेरोजगारी, खाद्य समस्या, कुपोषण, प्रति व्यक्ति आय, गरीबी, मकानों की कमी, महंगाई, कृषि विकास में बाधा, बचत पूंजी में कमी, सारे क्षेत्रों में घनत्व जैसी ढेर समस्या उत्पन्न कर चुका है। किसी भी देश की वर्तमान स्थिति का आकलन वहां के आर्थिक विकास और जनसंख्या के द्वारा किया जाता है। भारत जैसे देश में जनसंख्या वृद्धि खतरनाक स्तर पर पहुंच गई है। जनसंख्या किसी देश के विकास के लिए सबसे बड़ा अवरोधक पैदा कर सकती है। 2011 की जनगणना के अनुसार हमारे देश की जनसंख्या 1 अरब 21 करोड़ 27 लाख लोग हो गए हैं। 2021 की जनगणना में से लगभग 17.3% से इजाफा हुई है। जनसंख्या वृद्धि भारत देश में पूंजी के साधनों में कमी हुई जिससे रोजगार सृजन में व्यवधान उत्पन्न हुआ है। भारत एक कृषि प्रधान देश है। लगातार जनसंख्या वृद्धि के कारण उपजाऊ भूमि में कमी, कृषि उत्पादन की क्षमता में कमी आई है। पोषण की समस्या हम लगातार ग्रसित हो रहे हैं। हम लोग मूलभूत सुविधा नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। जनसंख्या वृद्धि शिक्षा, स्वास्थ्य जैसे मानव विकास के लिए जरूरी चीजों के लिए बहुत बड़ा घातक है। सरकार बिजली, परिवहन, चिकित्सा, जल आपूर्ति, भवन निर्माण आदि जैसी सेवाओं के लिए अधिक नहीं करना पड़ता है। बढ़ती हुई जनसंख्या देश के विकास को प्रभावित कर रही है। विश्व के सबसे अधिक भूखे और गरीबी से भारत में रहते हैं। कुपोषण से बचने के लिए बच्चे की संख्या भारत में सबसे अधिक है। युवाओं को नौकरी न मिलने के कारण हताश, तनाव बढ़ रहा है। माल्थस की परिकल्पना की कि स्थिर जनसंख्या विभाजित सतत शहरी विकास को असमान आय वितरण जैसी विभिन्न प्रकार की चुनौतियां आज देश के समक्ष खड़ी है। जब तक हम जनसंख्या नियंत्रण नहीं करेंगे तथा गुणात्मक युक्त जनसंख्या नहीं कोशिश नहीं करेंगे, मात्रात्मकता संख्या कम न करेंगे, तब तक देश का विकास संभव नहीं है। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next, we have Kavya J. Vijay Kumar Jagat. Radhu Bhavar and Dr. Vartika Katiyar. Rahul Yadav. Janki ma'am and Dr. Sujit Kumar.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm here. Just give me a second.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, ma'am.
A short reminder to all the participants again for keeping your presentations concise for 5 minutes.
Ma'am,
Thank
my
you.
slide is visible.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
You can continue.
Yeah, a very warm good afternoon to all present here and the organizing committee members of Bharati Vidyapeeth, New Law College, Pune. Myself, Janki Dhapola, research scholar, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Central University. I'm presenting my research paper on the topic. My topic is difficulties in conceptualizing life science concept on priority basis among undergraduate students of Chhattisgarh. So actually, I'm doing research on the problems what the life science students are facing problem regarding the concept learning and concept understanding. So my objective is to prioritize the difficulties. Then the materials and method 200 subjects I selected BSc third year zoology students of Atal Bihari Vajpayee University. And I have made a tool by myself that is difficulties in conceptualizing life science concept priority scale. And for statistical analysis, descriptive analysis has been used by me. On the basis of my pilot study, I selected the 10 reasons because nearby reasons, all the students are having commonly these reasons. So I selected these 10 reasons like inability to understand concept, unawareness, poor intensity of learning, non-adequate facilities at institutions, irregular teaching learning process, unfavorable home environment, improper study habit, peer group effect, internet and mobile phone distraction, and low scientific aptitude. On the basis of these 10 reasons, I have circulated my questionnaire to the 200 students. And on that basis, I have concluded that when I took the topic accessory digestive gland, the students find the problem in understanding this concept was the main reason was they were unable to understand the concept. So the second priority reason was non-adequate facilities at institution. The students said that they are not having proper sitting arrangements, they are not having smart boards, they are not having, teacher, they do not use, your teaching learning aids. So that's why they don't know about the accessory digestive gland. And some students they accepted that they are having improper study habits. So on the basis of priority, when I concluded that the majority of the students their reason was inability to understand the concept and poor intensity of learning, and similarly second priority reason was the non-adequate facilities at institution, and third priority reason was improper study habit. Like this, I have taken 10 concepts in my study. The second concept was sphygmomanometer. In that, the student they said that they have never seen the sphygmomanometer in their laboratory. They have never conducted any experiment on that, so they don't know about it. Some students said that they are having poor intensity of learning. Again, they said the same thing. And the third priority reason they have given that they are unable to understand the concept because they find it very difficult to understand how this machine works and all. Similarly, the third concept was flow cytometer. On that, the students, priority of the student, they said that they are having improper study habits. They, only learn the important topics from the examination point of view. They never focused on the, less important topics told by the teachers, or in some, sample books are available in the market. So they just cover up the important topics. The second priority reason was given by the student were non-adequate. Again, the same, like they said, ma'am, flow cytometer, we are not having this equipment in our lab. We never conducted any experiment on this. Yeah, it is in our syllabus, but we have never seen this equipment. So we don't have any idea about this flow cytometer, how it works and what is the concept of this flow cytometer. The third priority reason on this topic was given by student is irregular teaching learning process. They said that teacher never taught us about the topic. Some said that, teacher taught, but we are not regular. That's why maybe we skipped that, lecture of the teacher. Maybe we have not heard about the topic. So, the mixed responses I got received from the students. So that was the third priority of the students. Similarly, like in accessory digestive, accessory reproductive organs, the students said that they are unable to understand this concept. And unfavorable home environment, like most of the girls said that they never talk about the reproduction and sexual topics at their homes. And the parents, they are not so broad-minded. Even the teachers, the bio teachers, they are not so much, they never elaborated the topics related to reproductive organs. What are reproductive organs, how they work, what are their functions. So maybe because of that, most of the students said that this topic is not very much clear. Second priority given to the poor intensity of learning, and third was given to the non-adequate facility again. Similarly, concept 5 was my ECG machine. So again, the students said that they are not having proper facility of the equipments in the lab. They never conducted the practical on this topic. Some said that they are unable to understand the graph of the ECG machine, graphical representation. They found it very tough. And third priority was given is the poor intensity of learning. Then homeostasis topic, again, they said that they are very difficult to understand, and then poor intensity of learning and irregular teaching learning. Like this 7 and 8 concept was chloride shift and dialysis. In that also, chloride shift is also a practical based topic. So they said that, ma'am, we have not conducted any practical on this and we don't know about it. It is very tough. So we skipped this topic. We only learn the easy and, common topics which are important from the examination point of view. Some said that, ma'am, the teacher never took the regular classes, or maybe we are not sometimes regular. So that's why we don't know about this topic much. Yeah, we only know the definition and some, important points of this topic. And the third priority was given that the poor intensity. The students said that we found this topic very tough because we are from Hindi medium. When we come to the college, the teacher teach in the English medium. So we found it very difficult. That's why we don't know about this topic much. Similarly, about the dialysis, they are not having proper, means like in Atal Bihari Vajpayee, there are so many college comes under. So many colleges students, they said that in our lab, it is not, available. So we have not conducted. Some said that, ma'am, it is available, but, we don't know. Means like in a group, we conducted the experiment, practical, and some, good student, they conducted the experiment. So we don't know how to do it. So this the reason given by them. The second reason given by improper study habit, yeah, we are more busy in mobile phones, like we are having coaching classes. So after college, we just go to the coachings. Then we are having household chores, like girls are having most of these kind of problems. And then irregular teaching learning process in many colleges, the students complain about that the teacher never use a smart board, they never use, teaching aids, which is very much compulsory in the case of biology teaching learning. So this was the reason. Similarly, in the case of concept 9, that is hormonal regulation in gametogenesis, and in concept 10, in vivo and in vitro fertilization, the student given their priorities of the reasons why they are finding problems in understanding these concepts. So I would like to, conclusion. On the basis of these findings, 10 concepts I have given to the students, and the students has given the reasons behind, like I have given them 10 reasons also, why these 10 concepts or 20 concepts are not clear to you. The student, mostly I got the reason that most of the students said that, ma'am, in our lab, we are not having proper equipments. We never conducted, field work. We never conducted any experiment. So I would like to say that being a science student myself also, I feel like that science is totally based on practical, totally based on practical and understanding of the concept. So if the students are not understanding the concept, how they will conduct the experiment, how they will conduct the practical. If they are not conducting the practical, their concept will not clear. So I am, more focusing on that the teacher should take care of the things. If it is possible, take the students to the field, take the students to the hospitals, take the students to the labs, and conduct as much as practicals. Theory is important, but I think equal weightage should be given to the practicals also. Then only the students' concept will be clear, and then only, working understanding in the case of science can be improved. So it is recommended that similar studies may be undertaken for male and female student at various levels, and others life science concepts should be taken into consideration. These are the references, and thank you so much. My presentation is over.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Again, a humble request to all the presenters. Please kindly restrict your presentation to only 5 minutes, because we are running behind schedule a lot. So please keep this in mind when you are presenting your papers. Next we have Sanjay Kalme sir. Dr. Rajesh Kumar, Mr. Shailesh Ghanekar, Dr. Sapna Gehlot, Dr. Ved Prakash.
हाँ हेलो
Yes, sir.
मैडम नमस्कार.
Yes, sir.
हाँ नमस्कार. मैं
So,
डॉक्टर
a
वेद
request
प्रकाश.
to you, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. A small request to you, kindly restrict your presentation to only 5 minutes.
ओके थैंक यू मैडम. माय नेम इज डॉक्टर वेद प्रकाश, किसान पीजी कॉलेज महाबली, डिस्ट्रिक्ट हापुड़. मेरा जो आज का टॉपिक है वह समुद्री व चक्रवाती तूफान और आपदा प्रबंधन का परिदृश्य है. सौर मंडल का सबसे अनोखा ग्रह पृथ्वी है. पृथ्वी पर जीवन होने के कारण इसे अनोखा ग्रह कहा जाता है. इस अनोखे ग्रह पर अनेक प्रकार की प्राकृतिक आपदाएं घटित होती रहती हैं. प्राकृतिक आपदा को परिभाषित करते हुए कहा जा सकता है कि यह ऐसी घटना है जिसमें 1000 से लेकर 10 लाख लोग तक प्रभावित हों और उनका जीवन खतरे में हो तो प्राकृतिक आपदा कहलाती है. समुद्री तूफान, भूकंप, सूखा, बाढ़, सुनामी, चक्रवात, भूस्खलन, हिमस्खलन, टॉर्नेडो एवं ज्वालामुखी, यह सभी प्राकृतिक आपदाएं हैं. इस अनोखे ग्रह पर सबसे बड़ी प्राकृतिक घटना भूकंप से घटित होती है, और जब भूकंप का केंद्र महासागर में होता है तो समुद्री तूफान जन्म लेता है, जिससे महासागरों में चक्रवात उत्पन्न हो जाता है और महासागरों में ऊंची ऊंची लहरें उठना प्रारंभ हो जाती हैं और स्थल मंडल की ओर बड़ी तीव्र गति से बढ़ती हैं, जिससे अनेक प्रकार के धन जन की बहुत हानि होती है. जीवन अस्त व्यस्त हो जाता है. छोटे छोटे द्वीप सागर में समा जाते हैं. समुद्री तटीय क्षेत्रों में बसे बड़े से बड़े शहर तबाह हो जाते हैं. परिवहन, बिजली और संचार के साधन ठप हो जाते हैं. छोटे से लेकर बड़ी वस्तुएं तक सागर में विलीन हो जाती हैं. बाढ़ की स्थिति दूर दूर तक खेती को नष्ट कर देती हैं. नदियां अपने मार्ग बदल देती हैं, जिससे कि मानवीय जीवन दयनीय हो जाता है. प्राकृतिक आपदाएं पर्यावरण की असहजता का मानवीय जीवन पर आघात हैं. आपदा की इस प्रकृति को सामान्यतः रोका नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन इसे होने वाली क्षति को अवश्य रोका जा सकता है. इसके लिए दृढ़ इच्छा शक्ति, बेहतर समन्वय और ठोस आधारभूत संरचना का होना जरूरी है. प्राकृतिक आपदा या समुद्री तूफान से लोगों की सुरक्षा करना आपदा प्रबंधन कहलाता है. आपदा प्रबंधन के प्रभावी होने के लिए यह आवश्यक है कि आपदा के दौरान जो अत्यधिक जरूरी है वहां के लोगों के उत्साह को बरकरार रखने के साथ साथ आवश्यक सहायता तेजी से उपलब्ध कराना सरकार का महत्वपूर्ण कर्तव्य है. चक्रवाती तूफान आने पर नुकसान की मात्रा बहुत अधिक होती है, लेकिन अगर पहले से सतर्क रहा जाए तो नुकसान की मात्रा कम की जा सकती है. चक्रवाती तूफान के आगाही पर समुद्री तटों पर रहने वाले लोगों को सबसे पहले विस्थापित कर देना चाहिए। नदियों जलाशयों के पास रहने वाले लोगों को किन्हीं सुरक्षित जगहों पर विस्थापित कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि चक्रवाती तूफान नदियों के संपर्क में आने पर भयानक हो जाते हैं। प्रशासन को पहले से ही सक्रिय होना चाहिए तथा बिजली विभाग, जल विभाग तथा आपत्तिकालीन विभाग, खाद्य आपूर्ति विभाग को तूफानों से पहले तैयार रहना चाहिए। चक्रवाती तूफान आने से पहले जरूरी दवाइयां, अनाज तथा पानी को सुरक्षित कर लेना चाहिए। तूफान के समय कहीं भी आने जाने से बचना चाहिए। टेलीविजन, रेडियो एवं इंटरनेट के माध्यम से रक्षा स्रोतों के संपर्क बनाए रखना चाहिए। चक्रवाती तूफान के समय पशुओं को बांध कर नहीं रखना चाहिए तथा जितनी हो सकते हैं उन्हें सुरक्षित स्थान पर पहले से ही पहुंचा देना चाहिए। अपने जरूरी कागजात को प्लास्टिक की थैलियों में पैक कर सुरक्षित रख लेना चाहिए। प्राकृतिक आपदाओं से सुरक्षा के तौर पर ही बचा जा सकता है। हमें इसके लिए पहले से ही तैयार रहना होता है, तब भी हम अपने जीवन को सुरक्षित कर सकते हैं। थैंक यू मैडम। थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. So next we have Dr. L. Tirupati and Dr. Shankar Kumar. Then Dr. Hemta. Okay, then we have Dr. Bharat Lal Birwan and Dr. Chandra Mohan. Dr. Roshni Rawat, Dr. Satyendra Kumar. Sorry.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Mallika Adhikari. Due to my network issue, I am not connected this time. May I present my PPT now?
Yeah, sure, but it should be precise and it should not exceed 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
इसको क्लिक करो।
Madam, it's okay if the screen is not getting shared. You can present from your own end verbally.
Yes, ma'am. This is
It's
visible.
Yeah,
Thank
it
you,
is.
sir. I am Mallika Adhikari, a PhD scholar of Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya. My topic is critical analysis of the positive approach on celebrating International Day of Yoga. Yoga is a process of training the mind and body was in practice from the immortal. This approach, the managing the senses, the intellect, and the body brings about holistic growth that promotes in well-being. The globe will come the 6th International Day of Yoga, and by doing so, the emphasis will be on the importance of the ancient Indian discipline. With its roots in the Sanskrit roots of use, the word yoga denotes the joining, yoking, and the uniting of the mind and body. The history of International Day of Yoga, the yoga dates back more than 5,000 years ago. Then the President of Sri Narendra Modi and the General Assembly of the United Nations, as a follow-up to the first idea, the United Nations endorsed the dot resolution entire day of yoga in 2014. In 2017, to commemorate the International Yoga Day, India's ambassador also Kumar Mukherjee submitted a resolution of presenting the United Nations General Assembly in September 27, 2014. And the objective of International Day of Yoga. Here the sum of the main objective of the International Yoga Day to introduce people to the art of meditation, one of the many practices of challenging energies of our body and mind, to help people of the world understand and know the many benefits of yoga in healing the mind, body, and soul, to help people make a connection or be in nature, their natural surroundings, which we tend to forget with while tending our never-ending work or personal demands. Then the themes of the International Yoga Day of 2015, that is harmony and peace. This theme for the first edition of International Day of Yoga. It highlights yoga as an element that can bind the entire world together and promote a harmonious and peaceful nation. Next, 2016, connect the youth. The theme was aimed at connecting the youth to the ancient practice of yoga. Next, 2017, yoga for health. The theme highlighted the role of yoga in maintaining the physical as well as mental health of individuals. 2018, Yoga for Peace. The theme highlighted the importance of yoga in infusing the sense of openness with nature and the world, thus promoting peace in the world. 2019, Climate Action. The theme was chosen to signify the importance of yoga in fighting climate change as it offers people a sense of harmony with self, society, and nature. Next, 2020, Yoga for Health, Yoga at Home. The 2020 theme of International Day of Yoga was given in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. Hence, it highlighted the importance of doing yoga and staying at home simultaneously. 2020 Yoga at Home and Yoga at Family. As the world is dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic, the theme highlights the importance of continuing yoga at home and with family. One should only continue practice yoga for staying healthy, but should also promote family members to practice yoga. And 2020 Yoga for Humanity. Yoga for Humanity. And that is why we love International Day of Yoga, because it is inclusive. People of all ages, faiths, and socio-economic status may rejoice because yoga is available to everyone. There are more than 100 styles of yoga at home. Thousands of people engage the class. Yoga helps you manage stress. Even the tiniest bit of stress may have an effect on our bodies. Do you suffer from back and neck discomfort, difficulty sleeping, and headache? All of the following may be helped by a regular yoga practice. Practicing yoga is healthy. This should come as no surprise, but it's worth for the record. Yoga helps back pain, stress, anxiety, tension by the strengthening and stabilizing the spine. A healthy diet and regular exercise may help you lose weight and keep your metabolism in balance. In addition to this, there is many more. How yoga aids spiritual growth. The yoga, obviously, the asanas, pranayama, dhyana, and the others, Ashtanga yoga, help your spiritual coping the stress, and the unaffected by the life becomes more bearable when she gets rid all of the recent negative feelings. It is all about maintaining a sense connection, but still feeling removed by the outside world. effective yoga asana to keep your heart healthy. Researchers reveal that yoga is effective by keeping the nervous system sound and on track. At the same time, it commands control your inflammation. Yes, sir. That
Yeah,
can
so
have.
sorry to say, but due to time
Hello?
constraints, we have to you
Yes,
have to
miss.
conclude.
Yes, sir. I am. Conclude.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes. Yes, this is my references, and thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So next we have Dr. Roshni Rawat. Then reference number 137, Dr. Satyendra Kumar. Then 138, Dr. Sophia Ahmed.
Yes, I am present over here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, please see to
Yeah.
it that PPTs or the session should be
No, I am
precise. Yeah.
I'm not using PPT. I'll be just summarizing it and putting it.
Okay, yeah.
Uh,
But ma'am, please be precise and it should not exceed 5
I
minutes.
I have prepared a paper on few techniques of analysis in research. As everybody knows that research is a detailed and careful study of something to find out more information about that particular aspect. Data analysis is the process which includes collecting, modeling, analyzing the data to extract the insights that support some decision making. If we see, there are some prerequisites for data analysis. First important thing is availability of necessary analytical skills. Especially we use by the help of the practical implementation of methods and analysis. Then we have to just see, for example, if we are having research, especially I give one example of biolinguistic study of English language acquisition and production. In this case, we will just take the data of students, especially their cognitive activities and the performances, especially reading skills, writing skills, listening skills, and so on. And based on that significant data, analysis will be done. And finally, the requisite for the analysis is also reliability and the validity of the data which is collected. Usually, we are collecting various, we are having havocs of data in the form of primary as well as secondary. For data analysis, we have some methods, especially qualitative and quantitative. Qualitatives will provide us the answers of the questions like why, how, and what of the aspects. Then quantitative usually is related with the numbers or measurement scales. We can do it by using some questionnaires or attitude scalings or some standard outcomes. Then these methods also include some descriptive data and surveys and so on. We can also have text analysis, statistical analysis if mathematical topic is there. Then there is one more method, that is diagnostic analysis. In this, we go deep into the analysis. There we find out some functions such as identifying anomalies, identifying similarities, then drilling into the discoveries, determining some relationships, comparative studies, like for example, acquisition process in males and females, especially girl people and boy people. It is found that in the brain of girls, their cerebellum cells, they have more stimulants compared with the boys, and so on. Then there is also predictive analysis, which uses data to find some critical patterns and trends. Then we use this data for finding out some fraud detections, optimizing market campaigning, improving operations, reducing risk, and so on. Now, if you see the process of analysis, we have to focus on specification, especially whatever is our hypothesis. Then data also should be collected in that, only field processing, then interpreting the result. Now there are some techniques for analysis. Usually techniques we can just consider as we can consider them as tools also: business intelligence, statistical analysis, some data visualization, and so on. Then we have today living in the IT world, so artificial intelligence and machine learning also plays vital important role. That is compared with the biological inspired programming paradigm that presents a brain as information box. Then there are some changes in the structures, information. We have to go through it. Then we can also analyze the data by the decisions out of the trees, graphs, line charts, then pie diagrams, maps, and so on. We can use tools like Excel, Tableau, and this way we can produce a fine report and we can present it to the knowledge platform. Then some inverted commas for the techniques, like what we have to, when we are analyzing, we should focus only on our needs. Then we should establish questions related to the area. Then our data should have democratization. Then think of the data which is having practical utility. Then data is there, while analyzing it, we have to refine, clean it. Then we have to set some key performance indicators. Useless data we have to just omit, and we have to integrate by using technologies. So thank you very much for the organizers for giving me a platform to present my views and paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Then we have Dr. Sadaf Yasmin and Dr. Aarti Gupta. Then number 140, Dr. Mamta Bhatt.
Yes, sir.
Oh.
Yes, sir. I'm Dr. Mamta Bhatt.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Oh, very good afternoon to all of you. I'm myself, Dr. Mamta Bhatt. I'm from Uttarakhand, and today's topic is impact of advertising on buyers' attitude and purchase intentions. Advertising can be considered one of the most important source of promoting the product and services. It is one of the most powerful and important ways that allow to give consumers an idea or change their opinion about a certain product or service. Advertisers' major goal is to reach out to consumers and impact their attitudes and purchase decisions. Advertisers want to make their product different and so valuable that the consumers will become a repeat buyer and have a long lasting association with the product or services. Advertisement has the power to influence customers' brand preference. It affects consumer behavior. The main goal of advertising is to increase the sale of products and make the product different from the others. It plays a crucial role in a consumer purchase decision. And last, the purpose of this study is to measure the impact of advertisement on consumer attitude and their purchase intentions. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you.
Those who have raised your hands, do you have any queries, or why have you raised your hand? Otherwise, lower it down. Thank you. Then we have number 141, Dr. Vandana Chauhan. 142, Dr. Kishore Singh Chauhan. 143, Dr. Rajni. Then 144, Dr. Richa Jain. 145, Dr. Preeti Rani Mittal. Then 146, Dr. Anshika Bansal. 147, Amit Pramanik, Dr. Mahesh Singh. Then 148, Dr. Ibrahim Tawhid. 149, Professor Prerna. 150, Professor Mohan. 151, Dr. Nilesh. 152, Dr. Atik Rahman. 153, Dr. Niaz Ahmed Ansari. And last.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
सर मैं बहुत स्टार्ट में करूँ सर, हमारे सर लाइट गोल है हमारे यहाँ 2-3 दिन से, है ना सर। मेरा
That's okay, sir.
मेरे पेपर का विषय है शोध परखता और अनुसंधान को बढ़ावा देने में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति 2020 की भूमिका, मध्य प्रदेश की विशेष संदर्भ में। हमारे मध्य प्रदेश में राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को लागू किया गया है और इस तरह से इसमें व्यावसायिक पाठ्यक्रम की भी बात की गई है। इस साल बच्चों ने बीए, बीएससी, बीकॉम सभी ने फर्स्ट ईयर में अधिकतर बच्चों ने व्यावसायिक पाठ्यक्रम लिया है। उसमें जैविक खेती वगैरह है, व्यक्तित्व विकास है इसमें, जिसमें हम बच्चों के लिए एक प्रोजेक्ट बनाने की बात आई है और उनको लिए फील्ड वर्क भी दिया जा रहा है। तो जिससे ये आगे चल के इससे हमको बहुत सारे लाभ होंगे कि जो हम पोस्ट ग्रेजुएशन के बाद हम शोध पे काम करते थे एमफिल या पीएचडी में, अब हमारे स्टूडेंट्स खासकर मध्य प्रदेश में बीए प्रथम वर्ष से या बीएससी प्रथम वर्ष से ही वो शोध की तरफ आगे बढ़ेंगे, जिससे उनमें किस सिस्टमेटिक ढंग से हम शोध कार्य करते हैं, कैसे हम साहित्य का पुनरावलोकन करते हैं, रिव्यू ऑफ लिटरेचर, इससे उनमें अनुशासन भी बढ़ रहा है और हम लोग प्रयास भी कर रहे हैं। और जिस तरह नई शिक्षा नीति में अभी ये इसको भी ऐड किया गया है, जिस प्रकार से ये नेशनल रिसर्च फाउंडेशन, इसमें भी बच्चों के लिए बहुत सारी सुविधाएं उपलब्ध होंगी। और इसी को देखते हुए मेरू यानी ये मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एजुकेशन रिसर्च यूनिवर्सिटी की भी स्थापना होनी है। तो इससे हम कह सकते हैं कि अब हमारे भारत में शोध परखता पर व्यवहारिक और मजबूती ढंग से कार्य प्रारंभ हो रहा है, जिसका हमें आने वाले समय में इसको अन्य राज्य भी अपनाएंगे और हमारे यहाँ शोध का अच्छा माहौल बनेगा। और मैं पुनः पूरी टीम को और हमारे जितने भी हमारे पुणे से हमारे लोग जुड़े हुए हैं विश्वविद्यालय से और काफी प्रतिभागी के इतना अच्छे विषय पर आप लोगों ने इस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय शोध संगोष्ठी आयोजित की और इतने बहुत सारे पार्टिसिपेंट्स रहे। उम्मीद है कि इसी तरह हमें और भी अवसर मिलते रहेंगे और मैं शीघ्र ही अपना पेपर बना के प्रेजेंट भी करूंगा। हमारे यहाँ चूंकि 3 दिन से लाइट गोल है, इस तरह से मैं अपना पेपर नहीं वो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट में प्रेजेंट नहीं कर सेंड नहीं कर पाया, इसके लिए क्षमा प्रार्थी हूँ। आप सबने मुझे मौका दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir. Lastly, do we have Suhail Gupta online?
Excuse me, madam.
Yes.
Sir, this is Dr. L. Tirupati.
Okay.
Serial number 33, madam.
33.
Yeah. Can I go now?
Yes, sir, definitely. Thank you.
Okay, madam. So, I thank the organizers for giving this opportunity. My topic is, this is Dr. L. Tirupati, Assistant Professor, Government City College, Hyderabad. My topic is Higher Education and Research in India, Issues and Challenges. So, here, I am not elaborating. I am just quickly going on the main issues. There are so many issues are associated with the research in higher education, like the issues like lack of scientific knowledge, poor communication, and lack of confidence among the researcher when they are getting into the research field. Many a time, many new research scholars, they don't have a lack of confidence because of they hesitate or they will get some kind of fear regarding the research is concerned, and inadequate support and poor library administrative and exorbitant publishing cost. These are the some of the main issues concerning our researchers, when they are going to gather the information, they are encountering this kind of issues. And especially I want to focus something. In urban area, many research scholars are now are able to access the internet and some kind of research facilities. But when we compare the rural areas, in rural areas, many a time the scholars unable to get the data. They have to migrate. They have to go to the urban cities and some research centers, and there they have to collect the research. And sometime in rural area they don't have the lack of proper network facilities and data centers and other, even they are also lacking the proper guidance. These are the some of the issues which were highlighted in my paper. So these are the my suggestions is, we have to provide the proper guidance to the research scholars, and we have to import the technical training sessions to the research scholars, how to gather the information and what are the various sources which are available for the research purpose the research area is concerned. And we have to motivate the research and the funding, and the finding also not lack of funds. Many researchers are not coming forward to do the research because of they are unable to pay such kind of cost benefit cost effect because of the cost. There are expensive gathering the information. So these are the some of the suggestions I suggest. So then it will be useful for the researchers to come forward and get the research arena, and they may get in good researcher, and they may get the up to the excel in the research area. So thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you for once again for the conducting wonderful event. Thank you for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I believe Anand sir also had to present. Anand sir,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, you can present.
Yes, yes, just a minute. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So I'm not going to take more time. Actually, I'm going to conclude very fast as I can. So, good evening, everyone, particularly organizers. And I have heard lots of sessions that just I have left behind in my, and the researchers were really very focused on their, particularly Dr. Deshmukh ma'am. Particularly, she has a very good studies in that. And according to this, I'm really congratulations to the past speakers. So I'm going to start my presentation. My presentation is very simple, as we all know that in agriculture there are indiscriminate use of chemicals, and in that chemical we can use the biopesticide as a very good weapon or a potential a solution for the for controlling the insect pest. So in this first, just a minute, the slide is moving, ma'am. So it's not. Yes. And in this session, I'm going to start with that particular index introduction history about the particularly one virus is there, nuclear polyhydrosis virus, which is collectively infecting the particular pest, which is called Sporoptera litura and Helicoverpa armigera. These are the polyphagous pests mostly found in all the agricultural land. Particularly, you can see it's found in soybean, tur, sorghum, jowar. Okay, and it's infesting a lot in a number. So in my abstract, I just put it down that why is important use of that biopesticides, and including that biopesticides, NPV particular nuclear polyhydrosis virus. As I said, nuclear polyhydrosis. Nuclear means it's having a kind of a bond which is continuously multiply when injected by the particular larvae, and the larvae are means I just already mentioned that Helicoverpa armiger and Spodoptera litura. In this case study, me and my senior colleague Dr. Munje sir, we have continuously taking the efforts for controlling the particular pest. So in that research, we have collected the materials like NPV, we have the culture within a pure form, and the particular research we have conducted already in RRC, that is Regional Research Center. So I've been Research Center actually, it's in Maharashtra, Amravati. So in that particular research, we have done a leap deep method. It's a kind of a method in which we can use a particular virus infected with the leaves and going to feed to the larvae. Near about we have required 2 to 3,000 larvae for the particular data, for the collection of particular data, and what are the feasible conditions to make the implementation of using a NPV in the field. As I said earlier, that in agriculture there are so many pests, but these pests like Sporoptera and Helicoverpa are the polyphagous pests. So we have to rear them in the in vitro. Then after we have concluded that these are suffering from near about means a particular insect pest is growing stages are from eggs to adult, and from that we have collected near about fourth instar, fifth instar, sixth and seventh for the good and feasible amount of the population of the pest. Then we are prepared a artificial diet. Okay, then we have used the particular leaves, that is what the chickpea plant. Okay, pigeon pea is there, chickpea is there. Okay, and here you can see the particular cocoon is there, or that is what called a pupal stage of the insect is there. And in this particular slide, I just showing that the hatching stage of the eggs, okay, means it is the rearing thing. And in this particular video you can see we have created artificial diet, but they are contaminated with that particular virus. So we can take the observation, as you can see that particular larvae is feeding on that particular artificial contaminated diet. And in that procedure we are use 4 and 5th instar for that. Okay, and as this is the most important thing, and you can see in this picture, I have just said it before, that this NPV, it's a virus and it's a kind of a oculated body which is ingested by the particular larvae from the spore gut, and directly it's try to manipulates its alkaline pH from the gut, that is what called a digestive system. It disrupt that virus, disrupt the digestive system, and in addition, you can see near about 3 to 4 days, if the temperature is very good, near about relative humidity is near about 70 to 80%, then you can see the particular symptoms are appeared, and symptoms are appeared is very, very magical. As this particular larva is infected with the NPV, the larva is started, it's means they are trying to feed in very less quantity. This is the first symptom. And after that we have observed that the particular larva is going top to that plant, and from that plant they just upside down and literally died. These are the major symptom of a particular NPV virus and how it just infected that. So I'm literally getting too much fast because we have very little time for me. So after that, I have collected all those larvae. Okay, from that container is there, box container is there, plastic container there. We have collected all these infected larvae in the box. We have extracted them in the water. Then we have just sieved them, and we literally use that NPV again in the same field for the different pest. Means it is the thing that, as you can see, it's a supernatant. Actually it's a extract of the infected larvae, as you can see. And after that, for using that hemocytometer, we have used the POBs. The POBs stand for polyhedral occlusal bodies. So in that particular things means, as we can see, the particular chemical having this kind of a ppm solution. Ppm means part per million solution. Likewise, the particular viruses also has the POBs, and we have found out the very enormous number of POBs in that particular infected larvae, and we have collected it. These are the symptoms which I have already observed in the field, and these are the infected larvae we have already seen, and concluded that these are occasional body dissolves the protein from the digestive system of the particular pest and degrade the alkaline process, so it will directly hits the that particular infestation rates and suppress the particular pest using such kind of a very useful. And in the last, I just want to suggest, while using the chemicals, we can use the NPV as a biopesticide, which is very promising, but it required near about a relative humidity near about 80 to 85%. And mostly we just need a requirement of temperature near about 18 to 20. It will help to the farmer to get the much benefit result from this polyphagous pest and devastating pest in future. In conclusion, these are the cheap method. Okay, you can really use instead of that particular harmful insecticide. Okay, and these are the very good for the beneficial insects like ladybird beetle and other important what insect which are already survived in the agricultural land. And these are the references I have took from the internet, from my study, and I'm really thankful for my parents to giving me the opportunity for going to instead of making the research, while we good for the farmer, for welfare of farmers. And I'm really thankful for the organizer for giving me the chance to present my work in front of you. So I'm really thankful for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we conclude with the paper presentations as well. And it was, I must say, it was such a knowledgeable session for you all to come up with such versatile topics. So, by the end of today, we are not just students of law. We are actually learning all different types of things apart from law. So, thank you to all the participants for such an enthusiastic paper presentation. Now, so much has happened during the past 3 days that I'm failing to summarize all of that into a small paragraph. So I will call upon a person who is actually more articulate than me. So I request Rashmi Dubey ma'am to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
It is a great privilege and honor to extend the vote of thanks in this 3 days international conference. So let's start by giving glory to the Almighty first for this resounding success of this international conference. And I hope all the participants will agree with me in this respect. And further, I would like to thank, I can say that this particular conference cannot be concluded without thanking all the dignitaries who have spared some time from their busy schedule and just wanted to enlighten us with respect to different techniques of research. Also, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and so much of thanks to Dr. Ujjwala Bindale ma'am for believing me and providing me this opportunity to get along with this conference. And also I would like to thank Dr. Vishwakarma sir and Brajesh sir for their consistent support. And nonetheless, my two very smart student coordinators, Dr. Anaya Mapari, soon to be doctor, as I've already added doctor to her name, and also Mr. Mukul Arya. And above all, I would like to thank all the participants, because any platform becomes big and it achieves its success because of the participants' full and interested, you can say, participation into the entire conference. So I hope we would have tried whatever we tried, we offered you, and would like to see you all further in further conferences. So thank you so much to all of you. And we will also share the feedback link in the WhatsApp chat group, and as well as in the chat group here. So you can just extend your opinion into the feedback. So thank you, all of you. Thank you all for your support. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू। जितना भी पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन किया है वो सभी अपना पीपीटी ईमेल पर सेंड कर दें। उसी के माध्यम से बेस्ट पेपर एंड प्रेजेंटेशन का अवार्ड दिया जाएगा। तो आप सभी अपना पीपीटी एंड फुल पेपर ईमेल पर भेज सकते हैं। एंड जिसने भी पेपर भेजा नहीं है वो आफ्टर 7 डेज में फुल पेपर भेज सकते हैं। उसको हम पब्लिश करेंगे। यस सर।
सर मैंने पेपर फुल भेजा था लेकिन मेरे उसमें प्रेजेंटेशन में नाम नहीं था मेरे सर।
ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम सर, नो प्रॉब्लम। आपने लेट भेजा होगा ना, है ना? आप अपना
नहीं,
फुल
नहीं,
पेपर भेज सकते हैं।
नहीं मैंने सर पूरा फुल पेपर ही पहले भेजा था।
ओके, नो प्रॉब्लम सर।